Good morning, everyone. Welcome back from the Thanksgiving holidays. I hope everyone had a pleasant and restful time of it. We are back to work at the Citizens Redistricting Commission. I would ask staff to call the roll.
Good morning. Commissioner Lamons.
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Yes. Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor. I think he's here. Yeah. Commissioner Toledo. No. Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Fornishari.
Here.
And Commissioner Kennedy.
Here, and I do see that Commissioner Taylor is on with us.
Yes. Thank you.
Correct. I'm having some internet issues.
Good luck with that. Let me call for any announcements. No announcements.
Katie just fell, but she's fine.
Okay. With that, I will ask Katie to please read the instructions for public comment. Good morning, Katie.
Good morning. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided in the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 927-3806-8918 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automatic message to press star 9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you, and you will hear an automatic message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press star 6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking general public comment at this time. And we do have some people in the queue.
Very good. Invite them to join us, please.
I will. Can you unmute somebody? Can you just go in and mute somebody? Okay. If you'll please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Hi, good morning. This is Rosalind Gold, Rosalind, and the last name is Gold, Gold. Chair Kennedy, Vice Chair Lamont, fellow commissioners, I'm Rosalind Gold with the NALEO Educational Fund. Thank you so very much for this opportunity to talk with you this morning, and I do hope all of you had restful Thanksgiving breaks as well. I wanted to make a general comment on two documents that have been posted by the Commission. With both of these documents, one is the strategy map for outreach, and the other is the RFP for the line drawer. I first of all want to thank the commissioners for the thoughtfulness, the insightfulness, the really big picture thinking that the Commission has done in preparing these documents. They have incorporated some of the comments we have made already, and we really appreciate the hard work and the insightfulness that have gone into them. With respect to the strategy map, I just wanted to let the Commission know that together with a collaborative of advocates, of community groups, we will be submitting additional comments on the strategy map. This includes Redistricting California and an alliance of integrated voter engagement organizations that is coordinated by Advancement Project California. Together, we're going to be providing some additional perspectives and comments in a formal letter on the strategy map. All I can say is that the comprehensive and thoughtfulness of the strategy map was actually quite inspiring to us, so we want to work as partners with the Commission moving forward. Similarly, with respect to the RFP for the line drawer, I think we wanted to get a sense of what the process is going to be in terms of getting that to the finish line, because again, I think we would like to present some of our organizations individually or as a collaborative would like to present some comments on the line drawing RFP. So I just was asking for clarification on what the process for moving that RFP forward is. Thank you so much again, and thank you again for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Gold. The discussion on the various RFPs is currently scheduled for tomorrow. So I would encourage you and all of the other partners who are interested in the RFPs and the various scopes of work to tune in for the discussion tomorrow, and we look forward to your further comments on those documents and the process. Thank you again.
And thank you.
Next caller, Katie.
Yes, I am working on that. If you will please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Good morning. This is Lori, L-O-R-I. Last name Schellenberger, S-H-E-L-L-E-N-B-E-R-G-E-R, and I'm the redistricting consultant for Common Cause. And good morning to the commissioners, and I hope you all had a nice break and a good Thanksgiving. I wanted to just, I won't elaborate, I'll echo the comments of my colleague Rosalind Gold as to the work that you've all put into these documents and appreciate the posting of the documents. I know many of them were posted last Friday and there were documents being posted throughout the day yesterday. I had a couple of additional follow-up questions regarding the partial RFP for the line drawer. And one of those is whether you will be taking, and if you plan to take any action on that this week, or if there will be time for formal written comment, because Common Cause does facilitate that large collaborative, and we would like to provide written comments on the RFP, and we could do that in a more comprehensive and effective way and be a better partner if we have a little time to do that. And the second question was, and I know this may be answered by the word partial, but it does say at the top of what has been posted that it's 73 pages, and there are about 10 pages that were posted, and I wasn't sure if that means that there are 63 additional pages that just weren't posted, if that pagination is a holdover from before. So if you could just clarify if there are additional pages that will be posted and when. Thank you.
Ms. Schellenberger, the additional pages are boilerplate that we have no ability to modify. Those are standard state clauses and provisions. So, you are certainly welcome to take a look at them, but any comments on them would have to go to the state itself and not to the commission, since we have no ability to modify that language. As for when we will be taking action, we certainly want public comment, value public comment, but we also need to be mindful of the timeline under which we are operating. And unfortunately, there are many steps that these RFPs have to go through after we approve them before we can actually make use of them. And then there is the matter of actually eventually awarding a contract before the work can actually start. And I will ask Director Claypool to expand on that a bit in his report, but we are somewhat under the gun and doing the best we can to get these out, but we would encourage you to get your comments into us as quickly as possible, and focusing on the elements that have been presented so far, mindful that the rest is boilerplate that we cannot modify.
Okay, I understand that, and I appreciate that. It just wasn't, given that the last RFP was voluminous. We just weren't sure if there were still pages to be coming, and so and also appreciate that it's very clear there was a lot of time put into thinking sort of outside the box and coming up with something that is adaptable and fits the times, but also just to the extent that a decision, even if it means putting it off until Thursday, it gives groups more time, because this did not go on the website until late last night. Folks scrambled to read it this morning and have a very brief discussion very early this morning about it, but it's to the extent we have time to be good partners and provide meaningful feedback, we'd appreciate as much time as possible, understanding that you're balancing that tension with a tight timeline. So appreciate that, and we'll do our best to get formal comments to you before this meeting concludes.
As I had mentioned to Ms. Gold, the discussion on RFPs is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, and I do understand that is before Thursday, but if at all possible, comments before lunch tomorrow, we might be able to have a chance to digest before we actually enter into our discussion.
Okay, we'll do our best. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
And we have another caller.
You go ahead, Katie.
If you'll please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Sure. My name is Helen Hutchison, HELEN HUTCHISON. And I'm calling, I'm representing the League of Women Voters of California today. And I want to first start by echoing the comments both from Ms. Gold and Ms. Schellenberger, both in thanking you for your work, but also in their comments. I wanted to call your attention to our letter and just say that the outreach plans, thus far look good, but we really want to emphasize the amount of time and energy it actually takes to develop quality materials to be used in the outreach. And I'll personally attest that even updating really good material from 10 years ago has taken a significant amount of time and energy. Look forward to working with you on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchison. And yes, having gone through the development of voter outreach materials many, many times over the past several decades. I know how big of an effort that takes and the importance of it. So we very much appreciate your comments, and we will certainly take that into account. Katie?
Yes, we have one more caller, and if you'll please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Certainly. My name is Samuel, traditional spelling, last name Sukatan. That's Sierra Uniform Kilo Alpha. T as in Thomas, O, N as in Nancy, from the California League of Conservation Voters Education Fund. This is my first time before the commission. I want to appreciate, having watched the process, the commission's commitment to engagement and to kind of thoughtful partnership over the course of this process. And, I want to emphasize Rosalind, Lori, and Helen's comments, and look forward to continuing that partnership with a bit of forbearance on your part so that we can get our heads together the way that you did and provide a uniform response. I think the old verse is, in a multitude of counselors, there is safety. So again, excited to be here, excited to respond to both the RFP and the outreach plan, and very grateful for your indulgence for a little bit of time for us to get that together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sukatan, for your comment. Katie, does that exhaust the queue at this point?
Yes, it does.
Very good. I saw Commissioner Sinai's hand. Nope. Okay. Any other commissioners at this point? Very good. So I will turn to Director Claypool for his report, and again ask if at some point in your report you can provide us with your thoughts on the timeline for these RFPs and where we stand.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I'd like to start first. I have made a note of that, Chair Kennedy, and I will address it when we get to contracts. I'd like to start with discussing the postings for new personnel with the Commission. First of all, we had a discussion earlier this week. Part of it was with the Chair and also with Commissioner Sinai and Director Seha, and we will be making an offer with the Commission's permission to an individual, Marcy Kaplan, who was currently working with Cal Census. She was working there as a census manager, grant manager, and an outreach specialist, and we all liked her. I don't know if you would like to first see her resume. We did not post that, but we could distribute it if you wish to see it. But that is that's our current projected person to move into that position and help us with the grant making process, and we'll talk about that in just a little while. Past that, we've run out of pretty much options on a lot of our positions, so we are going out to a position VPAWS and also out to the public for 8 positions that we would like to fill just generally, and with a permanent position, which I think was the Commission's desire during the discussion. Those 8 positions will be, we will transition one of our office technicians to a Commission secretary. That person will replace Wanda, who will then just move to what we actually hired her as a part-time technician. We'll be helping Raul with moving the commission contracts, and also moving the commission's per diem statements and so forth, more as a general assistance and on a part-time basis. The commission secretary is envisioned to take attendance, assist with the agenda, and keeping track of the commission calendar, tracking requests for website postings, many of the things that we're doing kind of as an ad hoc committee right now. And eventually this person will work more with Mr. Seha than with us, simply because he'll be doing the posting on the agendas, or posting the things that go for the agenda onto our website that he will be taking over. We're also looking at a budget analyst position that was originally approved by you but hasn't been filled, a budget accounting position, a budget account assistant position that hasn't been filled, a position as a budget input analyst that we had filled with an RA, but we're going back out to look for a different skill set, particularly fiscal, and to make sure that we have somebody who can take care of that part of the operation for us. A procurement analyst, an assistant procurement analyst. Those are also positions that you've originally approved. And then we have two positions that will be new. They will fit into the positions that were approved by the 2010 Commission. One of them is the communications manager, and you'll see that person on the organizational chart that was posted working directly for Director Seha. And then you will also see a senior legal analyst, and that individual will be working directly for our chief analyst. So we're advertising for those positions. It will take, we'll post, we'll get the advertisements in, then we'll have to interview. So these positions are weeks out, but that's as fast as we can fill them. And when we have them, then we'll bring them forward for your approval. So I guess the first order of business is, does the commission want to ask me any questions about Ms. Kaplan, or is there any concern with bringing her aboard?
I would say as a general matter that it would be preferable to see these for proposed hires, but that's my opinion, and I'm certainly happy to hear other commissioners' opinions. Commissioner Fernandez?
I believe Commissioner Turner was first.
Okay, I'm having problems seeing hands against backgrounds. Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, have we determined that we indeed are going to go through with the grant process ourselves as opposed to outsourcing it?
So my understanding is, one way or another, we are entertaining the idea of having the grant process. So whether we do it in the smaller, like CBO model, or whether we do a large granting organization, we're going to need somebody who has experience writing up the proposals and tracking the grants and writing the final report. So either way, this person would be applicable there. But Ms. Kaplan also was heavily involved with the outreach as well, and so she seemed like a pretty natural fit to fill a lot of different needs that our Deputy Executive Director and Director Seha are going to need as we move forward.
So for me, it seems a little premature without knowing exactly what the job description will be. Will it be for the full parameter of interacting with all of the grants that go out at a smaller level for CBO, or if indeed she's looking at interacting with a larger entity, would make a difference, I would imagine, in job description, salary, length of term.
Actually, Commissioner, she would come in as an AGPA, an Associate Government Program Analyst. You'd have a wide range of job description and things that we would require of her. Anybody working for this commission has a 50% other duties as required, just because we are a very small organization. And so when we spoke with her, and I think that Commissioner Sinai and well, actually Commissioner or Director Seha could speak to this. She's a very, very bright person. She'll fit in to just about anything we need her to do. But first of all, if we are going to take on this grant responsibility, we need somebody who can put that into play for us as far as writing the proposals and knowing how the entire process worked, and she did that for Cal Census.
Very good. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, I've got a couple questions also regarding this census outreach specialist. Is this a new position that needs to be established? And then my other question was, you mentioned the senior legal analyst working for the chief analyst. Did you meet the chief counsel?
Yes, I did. No, it's not a new position, Commissioner. It's one of them that was established by the 2010 Commission. We'll be folding her into an AGPA position. I gave that outreach and grants analyst title strictly to be descriptive so that we knew how we envisioned her fitting in immediately. But we have all the positions that were established by the 2010 Commission still available, but they are available by the amount that we can pay for them. So if for some reason Ms. Kaplan was not agreeable to the salary range, then we would not be able to place her into that position.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Before approval of this position, can we get an update on the hiring of the Deputy Executive Director? I know at last meeting we had talked about various ideas of how we might be able to bring him on sooner, whether that be an interagency agreement or I think it was called a blanket setup of some sort. Can we get some update on the status of that hiring?
Director Claypool.
Absolutely, but I was going to address that last with several other issues that I think are, after this week's discussions with several commissioners, there are several things that fold into this. So it will be the thing that takes the longest conversation. So I was trying to get the things that take the shortest amount of conversation out of the way first.
Okay, please proceed with the rest of the report.
I believe Commissioner Sinai had wanted to make comment.
No, I didn't see that. Commissioner Sinai?
I just, I was privy to, we had another conversation about things and so Commissioner Kennedy and I did receive the resume, and I do agree that it's helpful just to see the resume so people can see what the experience. This woman has a vast network and has worked in a lot of different areas. She's not Sacramento focused, though census was her last position. She's worked a lot in Santa Monica, LA, different foundations and nonprofits. And so for that outreach piece that we really need someone who can go out and connect with different, you don't need to know a community, you need to know how to connect to a community. And from her resume, it's great to know a community, but what we need is someone who can run quickly. And I think she's got that experience. I just wanted to share. I asked a lot of the same questions when we met, but I just wanted to share my observations since I was one of the few who.
Very good. Commissioner Lamont?
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in and say that my position is the same, that we've hired great leadership as it relates to our organization, and I really want to trust that they can handle these personnel issues. I'd like for us to, as commissioners, focus more big picture and to step out of the weeds of these day-to-day hires of these positions. So I just wanted to put that on the record, and I support the recommendation of Mr. Seha, Director Seha, and Director Claypool in putting their organization together and moving us forward.
Very good. Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Fernandez.
I agree with Commissioner Lamont. That's exactly how I feel. But for our process, we did request when a hire is going to be made, is that we did get to look at resumes. So I'd like that just as a standard. I don't want to slow that down, but just so we do have an idea and so we have that information. So I would appreciate if that continues, as Commissioner Kennedy initially said as well. But that said, I don't want to have this hold up our approval of a person. I just want that to become standard from going forward.
Very good. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I mentioned this at our last meeting as well. And yes, outreach efforts, you don't need to be from a certain area, but I think my concern from the outside looking in is right now we have a communications director, we have our subcommittee commissioners all from Southern California. Not to say that that's bad or good, but I just really feel that that just leaves us open for criticism and for anyone to say, well, all of them are from Southern California. What about the rest of California? So that I just want to make sure that we're aware of that as we move forward, and we're making cognizant or conscious decisions based on that knowledge.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Turner.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to state, I guess, for the records that my intent for sure is not to hold up anything, but it is a different frame to hire, just to hire and then to back into what we want people to do for me. And so I do appreciate clarity of knowing what the direction is, what the hires are going to be doing, because I don't want to then later be in a place of an inflated budget that could have been avoided. And so I do trust our directors to do the job, but I also want to have clarity in when we're hiring, why we're hiring. And if it's not just, because it almost appeared we're hiring in and then they'll do something. They'll do this or they'll do something else. And I'm sure the person is amazing, but I like when we have a little bit more detail about what we're hiring people in to do specifically, or at least generally.
Very good. Back to you, Director Claypool.
Just on that, Commissioner Turner, I understand that the primary reason that this person is so attractive to us was her outreach, and we know we're going to do that. And then the fact that she also had this grant making skill was important. After that, a lot of things are going to be put to your staff that just have to get done that won't ever be in their job description. But I appreciate that you want to know you hired them for a reason to start with. So I'll make sure to let you know. So I will send the resume out to you, and so that you can take a look at it. As we get these other individuals' applications in and we have a pool of them, typically the staff would go through and review who's available and then make the selection, and then send you the resumes in that manner. For things like procurement analyst and budget account assistants, I'm assuming that's going to be the preferable method rather than having you go through all the staff interviews and so forth. So in the absence of somebody saying, no, you want to sit through a week's worth of interviews, I'll just assume that we can do that portion the way it was done last time, the way it's typically done in the state. So we should vote on the hire, but actually, no, we don't want to vote on the hire. I want you to see the resume first, and then we can come back later and do the vote after you've determined that it is somebody that you would like to be with your organization.
Very good. Commissioner Lamont.
So am I to understand that what we're saying is we want to see the hires' resumes, and until we see those resumes and review them, we can't support the hire? That's what I think this is kind of dovetailed into. If that's what we're saying, I'd like us to vote on that. The second thing I want to say is much like the Google Docs, or if there can just be a place that these resumes can be put, and if somebody wants to go, I don't want those resumes sent to me. So if there's somewhere they can be put, and those of us who want to go and look at resumes can do that, great. But I would prefer that I don't get sit on all of these documents.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, I just want to kind of echo what Commissioner Lamont said. We did not see the resumes for the prior hires. So if that's something that we want to do, I agree we need to decide on that as a commission, since we haven't done that so far. Because again, they aren't direct hires in terms of what we oversee, and we don't review all the resumes and the applications and are in on the interviews. So I don't necessarily need to see the resumes.
Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, thank you. And for clarification, it is not my desire also to see all of the resumes. I think what sent me down the path was I had questions around the way the position was introduced as someone that was going to manage the grants. And so my question was, did we determine we're going to be handling grants or not, yes or no? And it was then explained that we will use her, whether it's for all of the grants, if we're going to be handling them directly, or if it's going to be for the larger, and she can do other things, etc. I think is what sent me down the path of saying, well, why are we hiring this individual if we don't know? But as far as needing to see resumes, trusting them to make their hires, that's fine. My question had to do with, were we putting the cart before the horse and hiring someone to manage grants if that was not the business we were going to be in? And I got that answer. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm sorry. And then just one more thing going forward is, in the future, if there are going to be hiring, or if the executive director wants this to be an action item, it would be helpful for me if I would have this information ahead of time, even if it's just a one-page saying, I want to hire or establish or start the recruitment for these positions. Because it's hard. I was trying to go from the positions he was talking about to then the listing of positions that have been established already to the org chart. So I'm trying to do this during the meeting, and it just makes it a little bit more cumbersome and challenging. So just for future, if we could maybe have that, even if it's, like I said, just a one-pager, would be helpful.
Right. From my part, I do not want to be involved in the, interview process. Once there's a candidate, though, that the executive director wants to put forward, we have to vote on that. And I don't want to feel like we are simply a rubber stamp. And that is why I'm saying my preference would be that we receive the one resume per position that we are not only expected, but required to vote on. Just as a form of due diligence, having the opportunity to review that one resume per position before we vote, I think is reasonable and prudent. Any other comments before Commissioner Sinai?
This is moving forward a bit, but I'm wondering if part of our, anxiety, not anxiety, but just when we got the budget, the budget projections are way over what the money that we have. And when you look to see where that might be coming from, because it's not clear in the way it was written, it is around staffing. And so it's making it difficult if we want to be prudent fiscally, so I would almost say that the budget conversation should go first and then the hiring, just so that we understand. But to me, both of them are very linked together, and that's part of where questions arise for me.
Very good. Commissioner Lamont?
Well, I was going to make a motion, but based on Commissioner Sinai's comment, I'm not sure if I guess I'm a little lost, quite frankly, at this point as to what we're trying to accomplish here, Chair. So maybe you could help bring some clarity to this. I do think that we need to vote on if we're going to have a specific process that we're implementing with regard to the hires, so that we are clear on what our expectations are and what we're going to do moving forward so that we don't have to do this every time a hire is brought forward. I feel like this was really explained when we were given the org chart. So when the org chart was originally presented, not the one that's posted today, but the previous one, I remember being one of the individuals who was really against approving the communications and outreach side of the chart, so that we waited until we got our deputy communications director and our deputy executive director so that they could build their side of the organization. I realize that there is a delay in one aspect of that, but Director Seha has stepped in. And my understanding from our previous meeting is that we had an expectation that in lieu of our deputy executive director coming on board, that we would expect Director Seha to move forward as much as possible with respect to the fact that there would be this role being filled in the very near future. The action that Director Claypool brought today, to me, fits within the parameters of those previous discussions. I'm clear on the chart. I'm clear on how the chart has been expanded. And so I still feel very strongly that we put a lot of attention into our leadership of our organization. And with that, for me, goes the trust that they can build what we want. If I have questions about them being clear about what I want, that's a different story. But there's been nothing that's been presented this morning that suggests to me that they're not clear. And so I reiterate, I have no interest in being part of the personnel. And if it's the appearance of a rubber stamp, so be it. Because I feel confident that they're bringing forward individuals. And quite frankly, a resume is not going to tell me the quality of that individual at all. So I don't think it gives me enough information to even make a decision. So I either am making my decision on the trust that I have for the leadership that we've selected. If it turns out that we're not getting what we thought, there are remedies for that. And I'd rather deal with those remedies if and when necessary. So if we're going to implement a process, I just wish we define what that's going to be, and we can make a motion. That's why I'm not making one, because I'm not quite sure what commissioners want. But I do think that we should do that so that we at least are moving forward with clarity. Thank you.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I just wanted to seek some clarity from council regarding, is our obligation, is the commission's obligation or responsibility to approve the position or to approve the individual filling the position? And because I think the two are a little bit separate and might be commingled. But
The commission does need to approve the hires by a special vote.
Commissioner Anderson.
I move as the chair suggested. If the chair could reiterate what your suggestion was, I think that's what we had decided actually several meetings ago, that we're just the one page comes through, that we can have a look. And this is particularly to catch things that, we might know, oh, wait a minute, I know that person or something, some other unknown. It doesn't have anything to do with we're not questioning the leadership. We again put total support in our leaders, and we're expecting the people that they bring forward to be the ones that we really want. But my understanding is we should be voting on it. And therefore we have at least something to look at. So I propose if the chair could reiterate exactly what he said, I so move that, or I so propose that.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. My suggestion was that we ask the executive director to provide the one resume for any hire that he is proposing. We do not need to be involved in any previous steps in the process. So the proposed motion would be that we direct the executive director to provide the commission with the resume of the proposed hire, along with any other, or along with all of the other documents for commission consideration. So that would mean 48 hours before a meeting. Commissioner Lamont.
I'm just curious as to what is it that we're supposed to glean from the resume? If I don't have a copy of the job description, if I just have a resume, I just have a resume. And what's been told is that I have the position title and the resume. But if I don't have any other information, I'm trying to understand, what am I supposed to glean? So it becomes, oh, I know this person, or I saw this person on Dateline. I mean, I just don't understand what I'm supposed to do with that. And I'm not saying that there isn't something that I can do with it, but I really would like to understand what the purpose of that is. Because if we're not comparing, like if they're not submitting their final 2 or 3 where we're comparing, I just don't really know what getting that resume does. And so I'm not against the resume. So it's not that. I'm just trying to understand what we're trying to accomplish and how we would use that resume in making a decision. Because I would expect them to do all of the checking, and like they would have done all of that. So what am I doing with the resume if I'm not in the process?
Excuse me, Chair.
I don't understand.
Excuse me, Chair.
It's not even necessarily, Commissioner, what you would be doing, but by distributing that resume to the commission, it would also be a public document. And because we have to vote on it, there would be an opportunity for public comment before the vote. So giving the public the opportunity to see who is being hired before they have the opportunity to comment, before we have the opportunity to vote. Marion, and then Commissioner Akutagawa.
Just a procedural matter. You need a second before you have a discussion on a motion. I don't know if anyone seconded Commissioner Anderson's motion.
Commissioner Fernandez, are you seconding?
I'm seconding, but I'm going to request if Commissioner Anderson can amend her motion. And Commissioner Lamont brings up a good point. I would like to not only the duty statement, or the duty statement and the resume. That way you can compare the two. And in terms of what that shows is we're doing our due diligence to at least try to ensure that the person filling the position does have some experience in the position they're filling.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
I think I'm with Commissioner Lamont on this, in that I'm feeling like we're kind of applying some different standards, not necessarily to the individual, but in terms of this particular role, because some of the other previous roles, maybe because of the way they were filled with, I think, retired annuitants, maybe it was a little less, I don't know if the right word is worrisome, but I feel like we weren't quite as, I think, stringent or concerned about seeing the resume, seeing the duty statement, as Commissioner Fernandez had said. I just feel like if we're going to do something, we should be consistent. And I think that's what I'm hearing from Commissioner Lamont, which I do agree with. I mean, if we're going to be looking at every single position to approve and we want to see the resumes, then we should have done it from the very get-go. And now we're kind of changing the rules midway. So I think that's where I'm a little, I think, confused as to why we're going down this direction. I understand that we want to do our due diligence, but I think there's an inconsistency that we haven't been following what we've been doing before. And my impression is that we are trusting in the staff to do this, and that even with the budget, while we will have oversight, there has to be some level of trust with the staff that they're not going to break the bank on us either. Even though, yes, I do believe that we will be monitoring the budgets as well too. So I think I'm just trying to, one, identify the inconsistency, and two, I think, and I feel like maybe this is part of the path forward that Commissioner Anderson may be suggesting, but there has been inconsistencies with what we've done before, and I just am not really fully understanding why this change all of a sudden.
Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Toledo.
I'm going to address both those. Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for the second. And yes, I will approve the, just, what is this position for? We don't need a huge description. And yes, Commissioner Kutagawa, this does appear inconsistent, but it's because what we did was a little inconsistent. I think we originally had said back when, we've had a bunch of changes here. We're trying to get things to be consistent from moving forward. And originally we did say there were certain, now I don't recall if it was a gradation, we're seeing all resumes from these type of positions up, but that was originally the idea. We were going to see a resume, we were voting on them. And then it was going to we vote on all hires. So somewhere in there, we kind of dropped when we got resumes, when we didn't. So my understanding is what I'd like to do is pick one consistent method, and sometimes it could be just as far as, one, public input, obviously, but two, so we know names of people when on the staff when we call them. We're not talking about all these resumes can be put on a particular Google site, so we may look at them as we like. But you do have a person and a job title to go with it, and a little description. So we and consistently moving forward. Therefore, we know who's what. We have a way of looking back at it. And it's, yes, there were a couple of people who came through who we have not seen the resumes of. And I would like to know a little bit more about the staff, because we're going to be working very closely with these people. And I has no concern whatsoever about, are they qualified or not qualified. I'm assuming they're all very qualified, and I look forward to meeting them. But for a consistent procedure going forward, just resume, quick duty, and on we go. That's the whole basis of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Toledo?
Just wanted to, I'm just thinking that we may want an HR committee, and we kind of have one with Commissioner Fernandez and Ahmed with regards to the hiring of the deputy executive director that could review these documentations, make a recommendation to us, and by doing that we would have fulfilled our fiduciary duty with regards to due diligence. And I'm just thinking that this, certainly the job descriptions and the resumes are important, but we may end up with other HR matters in the future that they would also be responsible for. So giving them some authority around some of the HR matters might be appropriate also.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani, are you wanting to speak? Nope. Okay. Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. Director Claypool.
Just to be clear, so if we're going to distribute, we have to decide what we're going to do here. If we're going to distribute this resume to all of you, then we first have to go to the applicant and get their permission to actually post it online, because once you get the resume, all of you, it's a matter of discussion, then it has to be posted. And then we have to decide with this format whether we should start running all the job descriptions through the either all of you or through the Commissioner Ahmed and Commissioner Fernandez, and have them review them and come back with them. I'm only saying that we are beginning to build a little bit of a bureaucracy into this process, and if we're going to do it, I don't mind writing this policy and procedure, or actually if either the two commissioners would like to write it. But if we're going to gather this consistency, it's going to come with two things. It's going to come with more exposure for the individuals if you all see them. But of course, if only those two see them and make the recommendation, we do not have to post. And then the second thing it's going to come with is just a little bit more time to get these people aboard. And what we will do is, for all of these positions that we're going to advertise, we'll pull them all from advertisement and run them to the commissioners so that they can start editing or whatever, or approving. And then once we get their approval, then we will put them back out for advertising. So that's what I think I'm hearing. So you tell me.
Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Director Claypool, for clarifying the choice there. So I'm trying to understand what we're required to do versus what we are considering we might like to do. So, Marion, if I could ask you, I think the hiring regulations are, let's see, section 8253. I think that might be what you're referring to, paragraph 5, and it talks about the commission will establish clear criteria for hiring commission staff, legal counsel, and consultants. Will apply conflict of interest provision, so on and so on. There's some specific instructions about legal counsel. It does say we need to take a special vote. We have to have a special vote on any, well, the language is this: the commission shall make hiring, removal, or contracting decisions on staff, legal counsel, and consultants by the special vote. But it doesn't specify which staff we have to vote on. I think that's left ambiguous, and I think that's why we're having this discussion, because it's not clear. It's up to us what we vote on, what we don't. I can't imagine that we want to vote on every and see the resume of every intern and every, down to that level of staff. So, so Marion, is it true that that's ambiguous? That if we take a vote, it has to be a special vote, but it's not clear what we have to take a vote on, and that's why we're in this discussion.
I think it depends on how you view the definition of staff. Student interns were not paid, as my understanding, so they were not considered staff, but everyone else was staff, and at least as far as the 2010 commission, they were all voted on, but generally just on the recommendation of the executive director.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I just want to comment on Director Claypool's comment that either us or the subcommittee would review the duty statement or the announcement. None of us have even ventured into that. So that's not even a consideration at this point. So moving forward, you can move forward with whatever process you had, but that's not something that I would see the subcommittee doing, is reviewing duty statements and job announcements. It would be after the fact.
Commissioner Anderson, did you have further comment?
Yes. This is not to create a whole nother issue. As Commissioner Yee had just said, we need to vote. We need to pick what level that we're going to see resumes. We do not have to do this ahead of time. This is, we need a resume, a job description somewhere. Whether or not we, and if we want to say from this level up, we actually see all these resumes and they are posted, great. But we need to make this decision now so we don't have to come back to it. If I need to clarify the motion to actually pick a level, I'll be happy to do that. But I would prefer if council could give us a look at this and come back with a level of, say, we need a little bit more. We actually have to have these resumes must be posted. These resumes do not need to be posted. Something like that. This appears to be a legal issue. We could get that delineation, and then I would modify my motion to do such.
Marion?
Actually, I don't think that that's a legal issue, Commissioner Anderson. I think the legal issue is that you take the vote on staff, which I would interpret as being anyone who is paid by the commission's budget. But as to which level of staff you want to get more involved in by reviewing resumes and job duties ahead of time, that really is a policy decision for the commission to make.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Also, I guess a question for council as well is the approval and the hiring of staff. Can that be something that's done in closed session? Because that's what we did for the executive director, communications director to council, and obviously their resumes weren't posted. So I'm just wondering if that's a way that
would be a way to get around the public requirement that you could then discuss the resumes in closed session, and it would not have to be posted. But then you've got to go into closed session for all those meetings, so it's a different kind of procedural requirement.
Right, but then you could report out action taken. correct?
Correct.
And at that point, resumes would not need to be posted.
So I move that I modify the motion that as it is a personnel matter, that the resumes be discussed in closed session. I'm sorry, that the entire motion, we collect them, we have the job description, and the discussion voting is in closed session. Is that correct? The voting can be in closed session?
Yes.
And then the results announced.
Okay, and someone has to second the amended motion, or is it okay, Commissioner Fernandez? You're seconding the amended motion. Okay. Commissioner Yee.
I believe we're waiting for, I think we need Director Claypool to read his intentions. That was what the motion was contingent on.
Director Claypool.
I'm sorry, I was just listening and wondering how this was all piecing together. So when you said that, Commissioner Yu, I thought that the motion was simply to go into closed session to do this. I thought we had moved on from the prior motion.
We've not moved on from the motion. It's not been withdrawn nor voted on. So
I'm unclear. I'm unclear on that. Yeah.
As am I.
Okay. Commissioner Sadwani.
Just kind of observing all of this. I got to tell you, I actually don't really feel passionately one way or another. I don't think it's necessary that we do this in closed session. It might be nice to see the resume and job description, but I would have felt fine, supporting Director Claypool and Director Seha in moving this forward. I think we do need more forward movement. We've got a lot to do over the next couple of months, and I think we do need to advance this whole process. So I would feel comfortable supporting this hire. However, as a reflection, I think this is an ongoing issue, is how these kinds of motions or ideas are presented to the commission, I think needs a little refinement. And I offer this as a suggestion for you, Director Claypool, and I do it out of kindness, right? Because I want us to move forward. And I think one of the issues is when it was presented as like, we've got this person, we want to hire her for this new role, period. I think just stepping back and giving us a little bit more of the background, kind of to Commissioner Turner's points that she raised earlier, like, well, what was the thought process here? How is this fitting in? I think we all want to be a little prudent. Of course, we want to be prudent and fiscally, and we want to be responsive to the people of California. This is their money, this is their process, really. And so I just feel like moving forward, a little bit more background would be super helpful, and hopefully avoid, these long conversations. I don't feel a need to go into closed session to discuss this further.
Commissioner Lamont.
I absolutely concur. I do want to speak to, though, what was presented. I feel like Director Claypool did present to us. He presented the fact that he's had conversations with both Commissioner Sinai and the chair about this hire. He was clear about what the purpose of the hire was. There was a clarity question asked by Commissioner Turner that Commissioner Turner said that she got the answer to her question to. What it did is open the whole can of worms in Pandora's box of people responding to aspects of how they feel about the current process, which is fine, which is why I was recommending that we come up with one, at least so we're all on the same page. Because what happens is we just react to certain pieces. So if something isn't clear, then we feel like maybe we didn't get some information, or we felt left out, or whatever the case may be. At the end of the day, I do not think it was a derelict. It was derelict in Director Claypool's presentation. It may not have been as comprehensive as some commissioners needed it to be, but that becomes subjective as well. And I think this is where we get into what is what is it that we really want to hear? Because I felt like, quite frankly, he hit the high points as to what this hire was all about. I don't feel like it was presented vague. I don't feel like it was presented just, oh, we have this person that we want to hire. I feel like he really set it up. That, I'm not saying that was enough information for all of us. Clearly it wasn't. But to suggest that he just threw something out there, I think is an unfair characterization of what was presented.
Any further comment at this point? Okay. So, Commissioner Anderson, could you restate and then we can ask for public comment?
And I'm trying to put this in the easiest, most consistent manner possible, without triggering umpteen different things back and forth. What we would like to see is the duties, and we need it. Okay. How's the best way to put this? I propose that for hires that we will be voting on, there is a duty and a resume for that can be presented in a closed session, so they don't have to be posted. Either before, and voted on. That's going to cause a problem. So we can move forward. I'm sorry, quick question. We have a closed session every meeting. Is that correct? We already have it agendized.
That is now general practice.
Okay, then yes. For hires, the duties resumes are presented closed session. We vote on them, and then a general announcement in open session of who the people are, and just a short statement about why they're so wonderful, or what we may discuss a person, but voting will be done. Resumes be looked at. Therefore, it's in terms of protecting the privacy of the individual. But we may see these things we'd like. I think is that good enough? That was a bit vague. Sorry about that. So for hires, we'll have a list of duties associated with the resumes, which we will present in closed session and vote on, and then announce in public.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm just wondering if you could just simplify it and say that any hires are discussed during closed session and then reported out of any action taken. And then we can decide what type of paperwork we want or don't want if there's a subcommittee that brings it forward. So I'm just trying to simplify it so it's not like everything else that needs to take place. But I'm just thinking any hires would be discussed initially in closed session. Any potential hires, I should say.
All right, I'll also amend it.
Commissioner Turner?
Can we move on?
I almost hate to ask, but what would be the opposite? If I voted no for this commission, are we saying we're just going to go ahead and allow them to do the job and not present it? Because now I'm not clear anymore about why we're...
I'm sorry, what?
I'm asking the question, if indeed the motion goes forward as was just indicated for all hires now to be discussed in closed session and reported back out in public session, if that does not, if I don't vote for that and we say, okay, well, is the option then to just move forward the way that it was before? I'm trying to figure out what does that mean to not have that motion pass.
Okay. I have Director Claypool, Commissioner Ahmed, and Commissioner Fernandez. So Director Claypool.
So I would suggest, Commissioner Turner, that if it weren't passed, that perhaps the best possible option here would be to sit down with the commissioners who did the original hiring and maybe just work out a policy and procedure that we could bring back to you and add to your policy and procedure manual so that we could just come up with something that might work for all of you rather than to continue discussing this. I think we can, with this particular individual, I think that we can recognize or at least have some commissioners who have seen the resume vouch for the possibilities that they bring to the commission. But at the same time, we clearly need to have clarity here, and I'm not certain that everyone is in favor of going into closed session for this. I just think that we need clarity. That's all.
Thank you, Director Claypool. Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I think I just have one question, and it's a simple yes or no, so I'm hoping someone can help me understand. Is this the only position that we have discussed in open session in terms of hiring, and every other position that we have hired for the commission has happened in closed session? Or was there another position that we've discussed in open?
You discussed
with
me,
the name.
You discussed me in open session. There was
Got
no
it.
resume, and I just gave my qualifications.
Thank you.
I think for the other RAs, they were just generally described to you and you voted on them. But those were also in closed session, in open session.
Okay. I have Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Anderson, and Director Claypool. No, Commissioner Anderson.
The entire point here, and I'll withdraw the motion, I want a consistent policy put together. That's what I'd like. Going forward, I want, if it's the policy commission to do that, I suggest we move it to them and move on to our next item on the agenda. So with that said, I'm withdrawing the motion. If we will move forward, I can change it to, I want a policy put together. Can it please move to the policy people and put one together for this? In which case we will vote on Miss Kaplan, who obviously is a very qualified person, but we've spent too much time on this, and it's a policy issue which we keep on backing off of, which we need to move forward. So we'll put this item to bed. From now on, if we move it to the policy group, they can come forward with a policy.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Director Claypool, and then Commissioner Yee.
I withdraw.
Commissioner Yee.
Okay, so I'll make the motion then. I move that we hire Marcy Kaplan per Director Claypool's recommendation, and that we refer to the hiring subcommittee. Is that a thing? Do you have a hiring subcommittee? The drafting of a policy going forward for procedures in hiring.
I second. And it will be our policy subcommittee, Commissioner Yee.
Okay, policy subcommittee.
Which is actually the Administration and Finance Subcommittee formally that is responsible for drafting of policies.
And remind us who that is currently?
Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Fornashari.
All good.
Keep it growing. That's okay. That's fine.
Okay, Commissioner Yee, would you like to restate?
I move that we proceed with hiring Marcy Kaplan per Director Claypool's recommendation, and that we refer to the Administration and Finance Subcommittee the drafting of a hiring policy for use going forward.
Excellent. Do we have a second?
I do. Commissioner Lamont seconds.
Commissioner Lamont seconds. Any further discussion on this? But we do need to open for public comment before we vote. Seeing no further comment at this point, Katie, would you please read the instructions for public comment?
Yes, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 927-3806-8918 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automatic message to press star 9. Please do this to raise your hand indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automatic message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking public comment on the motion in regards to hiring made by Commissioner Yee at this time. We do not have anyone in the queue at the moment.
Okay, we will stand by for 2 minutes. Is there any further comment, or Director Claypool, do you have anything further to say at this point?
Nothing further, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
While we're waiting, can I just confirm with Director Claypool the other positions that you're going to be recruiting for? I have the secretary, the budget analyst, budget accounting, procurement analyst, assistant procurement analyst, communications manager, and senior legal assistant. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And I will send you the entire list in a separate document out of my report.
Thank you.
Okay.
Katie, do we have any callers in queue?
We do not, Chair.
Very good. This will be a special vote relating to the hire of a staff member. So I would ask staff to call the roll, beginning with Commissioner Lamont.
Commissioner Lamont,
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
yeah. Commissioner Sinai,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Yee,
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed,
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
No.
Commissioner Fornashari. Can't hear you.
And it appears to be frozen.
Okay.
Commissioner Fornashari, we did not hear you.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, I said yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
And
Oh, I was waiting for you to go. Sorry
and
about that.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
Thank you. We have a quorum. We have a quorum.
No,
Oh.
motion carries. Motion carries.
Oh, motion carries, excuse me.
Motion carries. Very good. So we will return to Director Claypool for the balance of his report. Please keep in mind that we will need to break in 10 minutes. You do not need to complete your report within those 10 minutes. That's just a reminder of the upcoming break. Director Claypool.
Thank you. The next thing I'd like to talk to talk to you about is the budget. Commissioners and I had asked whether or not some of these positions were contemplated in the projected. They were. All of these positions are figured into the projected. Ms. Kaplan would be under that general heading of Assistant to the Deputy Executive Director, AGPA. This does not mean this is an exhaustive list of the staff that you may end up having. It only means that within the numbers that you're seeing in the projected, that we had a thought that there would be positions that would have to be on that side of the process, the outreach, and also the assistant to Director Seha. Also to point out that yes, across the entire time, our staff salaries are high. They are within the amount that was paid for staff salaries in the prior cycle. Most of the overage that we're seeing will come into contract services, places where we're not entirely certain what our final numbers will be. Those numbers that make up that $5,325,000 were based on either what we paid for those services in the past, or just basically with the data management. The best estimate I could get talking to people that I know that are familiar with hiring data management services for the state. Both of them are. One of them was with a large consulting company in town that does a lot of contracting, and the other one has worked in the state at the secretary level. I just asked in general if we have a process where we're intaking information like this, what would be their estimate, and so that's the estimate I used. Going to your actuals, you can see that we've spent at this point $257,000, and that includes the amount that's encumbered, not necessarily what you've been paid, but what we've encumbered for payment on the per diems that you have presented to us. Does anyone have any question about this particular part of it? Because from here, I'm going to move to the director, or actually to the Department of Finance, and how we came to some of these numbers. Can I move on? So last week, or actually since the last meeting, I've had a couple of different meetings with our contact in the director with the Department of Finance. That individual wanted to know exactly how much we had that we could spend at this point. And so we went through the fiscal services with Department of General Services 3 times to finally determine that the commission has immediate access, or had immediate access from the start, to $92,000 that was in a fund that we will call 0730, and that is kind of an ongoing baseline fund that went to the first commission and will probably continue through with this commission. And then we had $3 million with the cost of living adjustment that was also used when we did your per diem adjustment, and that cost of living brought that amount up to the $3,936,000 that you will see at the very top of your budget. On both sides, it says operational costs, unallocated funds. That amount will always travel with this commission. Governor Schwarzenegger very prudently raised the amount for the first commission from 1 million, which had been suggested by the legislature, to 3 million. And so every time a new commission is established, that will be its baseline funding plus what's ever traveling with it in that 0730 fund that I just talked about, the 92,000. After that, I spoke with the finance about what we needed to do to get a release of funds for you. The Department of Finance likes to have the release of funds request within the 30 or close to the 30 days that it takes the legislature to release the funds. So we have the $313,000 that for operational funds, and we're going to ask for that on January 1st in a request letter to the legislature. And that means that we'll have access to that money no later than January 30th. Then we're also going to ask for the outreach funds that we've been talking about on January 7th with access no later than February 6th. So we will have the funds will probably come sooner than that. They typically, that's the 30 days is the maximum amount that they can take. If we needed them sooner, they would move them sooner. I don't anticipate needing those outreach funds sooner than the first week in February. But if we accelerated, then naturally I would accelerate sending that letter. So if all of a sudden we said, wow, we have the opportunity to start going out with some type of outreach in late January, then by the time we had the next meeting, I would go ahead and submit the letter and ask for the release of those funds. All of this is building up to getting our contracts out so that we can have an idea, a more refined estimate of what that amount is under contract services. That's the number that's going to tell us whether we go over the amount that we are budgeted and how much more we are over than anticipated by the legislature. And that will also be the number that pushes us then to the spring letter, which starts in February, where we say we have anticipated costs that are greater than the funds that were estimated from the 2010 budget, and we would like an expansion of our budget. Both sides, both the Department of Finance and the legislative contacts that are overseeing kind of the oversight of the commission from afar, are aware that we anticipate having some type of overage, but they're just waiting to see how much it is, and as I am as well. So are there any questions on the budget? Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I just had a quick question on the outreach. We have 2 million for that, and I realize that's what's been budgeted. And I know that our subcommittee has looked at that too. It just seems so low. So I don't know if that's really. I know if we have to, we'll stay within that number. But I'm also wondering, have we looked at what we would like to do versus what we can do with 2 million? And obviously with COVID, it changes things. So I'm thinking like future when we go forward to finance, it would be nice to only have to go once. So that's just my only comment with the outreach.
Director Claypool.
So there will only be one opportunity in the spring, Commissioner Fernandez. As you know, the spring letter is going to be the expansion. If for some reason we went over it someplace else, there are other mechanisms that would fall into place that would allow us to if we go deficit, then you go into a deficit hearing and you ask for assistance in covering the deficit. Having said that, if we anticipate that our outreach would be greater than the 2,065,000, we are not restricted to that 2 million. We can go into that 3,936,000 because that was the baseline budget for the last commission. we just have to look at everything as the pool of funds that we have. We have to put our best case forward in the February letter for how much more we would need. And if that means we need more for outreach, if we say, a better outreach would be achieved if we also did this or that, then we put that into that letter, and then we start looking towards the spring expansion to see if we receive those funds. In the meantime, we can move forward and we can do our outreach and start spending. If it comes back in the spring expansion and they say, no, those funds aren't going to be allowed, then we have to start looking at contracting in other areas. By contracting, I mean we have to look for very creative ways to make our money stretch further as we have our public hearings, which is also going to be a subject of a later conversation here. And doing that, this process is just not like anything else in the state. So we kind of move forward as an act of faith, knowing that the legislature is required to fund us for a reasonable attempt at what you believe should be done. But there's a lot of latitude in reasonable, and it doesn't mean that they will give us the money instantly. A lot of times they'll wait to see what's spent and then or have other agencies wait and see what's spent and then go into the deficit hearing to cover it that way rather than to give funds and then not have it expended.
Very good. Thank you, Director Claypool. It is time for our 15-minute break, and we will look forward to the rest of your report after our break. 11:16. Return, please. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back from break. We will turn it back to Director Claypool for the balance of his report.
Thank you, Chair. So the next topic is outreach. As Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Lamont said, we had a meeting during the week where we had discussed some of the possibilities with outreach and some of the impossibilities. The main thing that we had discussed at that time was that it wouldn't be possible for staff to actually have a full plan for outreach developed by mid-December, particularly given that we still didn't have the chief kind of architect that the commission had hoped to have in that position at Deputy Executive Director. We discussed it and we concluded that it would be best for Director Sehat to begin some of the planning for outreach that we know we're going to need. We're also going to be discussing at some point during this meeting the aspects of granting and where this commission wants to be in regards to grants. So that seems the most practical way to move forward. I also had a discussion with the two individuals who are watching the commission for the legislature, and they discussed the COI tool. And one of the things they discussed was that 12 languages may be the limit for the statewide databases tool, given that it's in its final development, and that it would risk it would be a stability issue for the platform if we were trying to add additional languages. Now, I know we're still waiting for the statewide database to come back to us with an estimate of cost, but the concern with the legislature was that it may be late in the game because it would be better to have something that was 90% reliable with 12 languages than maybe 40% reliable if we tried to add more languages, and it had something to do with the stability or harm the stability of that tool. That we should confirm with the statewide database, but that was the conversation I had with them. I also at that time provided those two individuals with a list of our issues with DGS and asked for a possible assistance to help move our Deputy Executive Director position. And I've been given another contact as of this morning to deal directly with a Deputy Director at DGS, a a different deputy director at DGS to help try to move that position. I'm going to discuss that in a second. But other than that, staff, myself and Raul and Kari spent the bulk of these last week and a half working on the VRA council, VRA analysts and RPV analysts and outside litigation, RFIs and RFPs. So now we get to the deputy director. I posted a document. I think that it should be up, and it gives the timelines of what we've been doing to try to make this, get this position in place. If you give me just a second. I will pull my copy up. And reading handout. Okay. This information had actually been requested by Commissioner Fernandez, and I thought it would be important for the entire commission to take a look at the timeline that we're looking at for this position. As of today, it's been with the Department of General Service for 41 days. Originally, I remember the conversation was that we could do this in 3 weeks. That was a best case scenario. It should have never been presented that way. This same process for the state auditor's office took about 2 to 3 months with a full HR and a full legal division. So we are still grappling with DGS, and as of this moment, as of today, we've been only given assurance that part of the package for that position has been delivered to the state controller's office. The argument now is with DGS HR and their insistence that Cal HR, a different department that oversees all of California, need to be part of this process. Cal HR has said at least 3 different times, we're not part of this process. So we're having a hard time understanding why DGS HR feels like they need to be dragging them into this process and why they're stalling us on this position. And so that's why we've gone to the legislature for this contact, and that's where we're hoping the next step will finally free this position up. Having said that, in the absence of it being free, we have a void. And that void is, that void's creating a process where our contracts are getting ahead of our plans. And so we're starting to get contracts that aren't going to, that are going to leave things undone between them if we don't start having a plan now. And I'm being a little cryptic, but I'll explain. The first thing that I was told by the legislature when in a discussion with them with these 2 individuals was, you're doing your own interpretation, right? When that information comes from the COI tool, it will be in the language that it was submitted in. Now, Commissioner Kennedy said he had always understood that, and I appreciated that. To me, however, I have been working under a different fundamental position. In the 2010 Commission, whenever there was something that came in from a different language, it was interpreted on the spot. So we always had instantaneous interpretation. I had assumed, quite erroneously, that tool would not only take in the information, but provide the interpretation. Now I'm looking at where will that interpretation occur. I don't think it's going to occur by, the statewide database isn't going to take that on. It's not going to be, as the line drawer gets this information, they will get it with an interpretation at the source. Yes, Commissioner Anderson, I see you're looking. If we have a source, if we have a public meeting somewhere, we will provide an interpreter there, I would assume, to make sure that people who come in can have their testimony presented to the commission. I don't think last time that's the way it occurred. It would be difficult for me to imagine that in public hearings it would operate any differently. But for all the rest of the information that may be coming in, either from outreach or from pre-census COI testimony and so forth, we're going to have to come up with a mechanism for that interpretation, and we're going to have to put it somewhere. I had thought that it would be in that piece with the data manager. But if it doesn't reside with the data manager, there's going to be a question as to where it's going to reside. So that's one issue. Then we have this inability to get this position on board for the deputy executive director. We have to provide some coordination until that individual comes aboard, and we may end up having to put into place a plan that you commissioners want, and that individual may just need to execute that plan rather than being the architect of it. It's just we're running out of time, and again, I'm going to go back to these proposals and these RFPs and so forth, and I'm going to say that somebody has to get in there and make sure that we're covering the bases like the language transition or language interpretation. And then finally, we have to start thinking about our public meeting schedule. And I think that it would be helpful for me to distribute to all of you a document that shows the 2010 Commission's schedule from April 1st through August 15th. I don't, it's not your schedule, but I think that we need to see the pace that occurred to get 34 meetings off the ground. I think we have it queued up. Katie, I can present it now or I can send it to you individually. Hang on for Katie, but I just want to find out if the chair wants me to present that now or distribute it so you can review it in private. And then we can still post it up. This information was posted up for 10 years. So it's not like the public hasn't had the opportunity to see it. Your choice, Commissioner Kennedy?
My understanding was that it had been posted, and I've had a chance to look at it. I am just looking to see if others have.
No, it was actually posted to. I distributed to you individually as the chair. I did not post it up intentionally. I figured we could share it on screen right now if everyone wanted to see it, or I could distribute it. I just didn't want it to take a big chunk of time, going through it. So it's your choice. We can share it on screen and post it, or I can distribute it and post it later.
I would say distribute it and post it later with a description at this point of it.
Sure. Okay. The reason I will distribute it to you all, and we can discuss it at a later point. There's going to be time during this meeting for us, and we'll post it online. Like I said, it's been posted for 10 years. What you're going to see when you see it is 34 meetings were pretty much 5 days a week. It's a full-on commitment for 4.5 months. The meetings were 5 hours long. Some of the meetings were 12 hours long when you considered that they chained a lot of them up with business meetings. So I will distribute that to you. But I think that in this meeting set, we need to decide what type of meetings we want to have, what types of meetings are possible, and we need to start thinking about having both Director Seha, myself, and Raul looking forward to where these meetings might occur and how we might want to facilitate them and come back to you with some type of plan. Again, I'm not trying to usurp the Deputy Executive Director, but we need to start tightening some of these things up. And one of those is getting this plan off the ground for public meetings, and the other is coordinating our contracts so that we cover the bases on who's going to handle what, particularly with the language translation. So that is the end of my report, and I'll take any questions you have.
Okay. Just one clarification. I had not understood from the very beginning that the output that we would receive from the COI tool would be in the input language. My questions about reports and the backside were basically deferred because the team wanted to focus on the input side. So I am certainly aware at this point, but we have not been able yet to address the backside and the reports that the COI tool would be able to generate for the commission. So I have Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Lamons so far. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I've been when we say public meetings, we're talking about all. I've been looking at this in two ways. One is ways that we collect public input for just understanding who the communities of interest are, and then comes the second phase, which is getting the input and understanding when we've created the maps and presenting the maps. So I do see those as two separate, and I wanted just clarification. When we're saying public meeting, are we looking at the whole kit and caboodle, or a part of that?
So I always think in terms of, when we say public meeting, I'm always thinking in terms of those that occur after census. Because just hear me out. The public meetings that occur after census, because those are the public meetings that we're working ourselves towards. Those are the ones that will inform us when we're actually using the data we're supposed to use to draw the maps we're supposed to use. However, there is a strong case to be made by several commissioners that we start this process way early and collect COI information, and that information is available out there, and it's not going to change. I think there can be some subtle changes between what you might get from a community pre-census data and then what you might get when you point out to them how some things have changed. But both those meetings are both valid. I'm only considering the census and beyond in this planning that I'm talking about doing, because that's where we'll have most of the data that's presented to you that both small groups, or both individuals, groups, and large groups will present on, because now they have something to really put together. So that's the plan that I'm talking about putting into play. As far as the meetings for pre-census, that needs to start being planned as well if we're going to have them. But I'm not as concerned with that as I am with the ones post-census, because those are the ones that we'll have to decide how we want to have the meeting run, whatever type of meetings you want, and then how we're going to set them up. And when I say set them up, we can secure facilities somewhere if we need to we can bring people through safely, and so on and so forth.
Okay. I think, it's part of the confusion is also that the grants program we're creating will inform some of where we're having these meetings, how we're partnering and all that. And so there does need to be some flexibility. Then the other question, there's some key questions that I think we haven't discussed as a commission regarding public meetings. And then we need the discussion around the 2010 commission decided that all commissioners would be at all meetings so that everybody could hear. But it is possible to set it up, especially because we're having Zoom, is that you don't need all commissioners at all meetings to discuss the communities of interest. And so just what are the pros and cons? I mean, some of those conversations I think need to happen. But that doesn't preclude the work that you need to do. But I'm just curious, when do you think some of these discussions about what the meetings can look like and the and who's going to attend and format and all that, when we should be having those discussions to help inform? Do we help inform what you all will be planning, or you all come back to us with recommendations?
If I can respond, Chair, we should be having those conversations during this meeting set and the next one. We should be focusing, and one of the things that I had hoped to do with Director Seha was to put together some ideas. That was an idea. The last commission toyed with the idea of splitting up and going to different locations. I was never quite sure why they came to the conclusion that they needed to travel together. I remember the conversation back and forth, and they made that determination. I think as they discussed things amongst themselves at lunchtime, which you don't have the opportunity to do, but I think they just felt that it was better that they presented themselves as a full body. Splitting yourselves up or splitting the locations up that you're hearing testimony from, those are two great ideas for expanding the amount of information that you can bring in. But we need to start exploring that, and then we need to start making some hard decisions. And sometimes the decisions we make might not be the best in retrospect, but they will be they just have to be made, and in the end, we just live with what we do. Another thing that I think we're going to have to come to agreement with is that we're not going to be able to reach everyone with our outreach. We're going to reach as many possible people as we can, but we have a limited amount of budget and we have a limited amount of time. And both of them are going to weigh heavily on you, because each of you is going to have to decide how much time you're willing to devote between January and August 15th, and particularly from April 1st through August 15th. So, did that answer your question, Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you, Director Claypool. I have Commissioner Lamons, followed by Commissioner Akutagawa.
Thank you, Chair. I understand the challenge we're facing with regard to the outputs for the COI tool. My question is, how was this handled in the previous cycle? How many languages were they facing? And if there are any recommendations at this point on how we address this, and is it reasonable to ask of the statewide database to provide that output in English, in both the language and English?
Director Claypool?
So I'll start with the last commission. It was handled on the spot. We would have, remember, they didn't do the engagement and the outreach that we're hoping to do here. So it was pretty much an announcement that we were going to be at a certain location, and we would, Director Seha's counterpart with the first commission would work the social media and would work the local radio station and so forth, so that we could try to get as many people out as possible. We would announce that anybody who called us 5 days in advance we would have an interpreter there for them. They just tell us which language, and we had a contract with a company that provide interpreter services. Most of the time, we would have, particularly in certain regions like in the Central Valley or certain parts of Los Angeles stuff, we would always make sure to have somebody who could speak Spanish, even though many of the commissioners spoke Spanish. We would just right off the bat make sure that we had that interpreter or interpretation services available. For the rest of the languages, it was typically someone would come with someone who say it was Vietnamese in the Central Valley, they would have a family member who would interpret for them, or somebody in the audience would interpret for them, and we would take that interpretation. That was just the best that we could do. As far as this cycle goes, however, we're going to have this language coming, we're going to at least have this traffic coming from the statewide database COI tool. I asked about that, and they said they had made no plans for the people I talked to at the legislature said they had made no plans for interpretation. They had just made sure that there were the ability to come out with 12 languages so that people could input into the system. Whether or not it's a possibility to ask them, I'll put that on the list and ask about it. But in the email that I received, it said you do realize that you're responsible for the interpretation of this. So at this point, it seems like they want us to make sure that we do the interpretation.
I have one clarity question, if I may, Chair. Am I to understand that there was no COI tool last time?
We had the COI tool in its infancy, and what I say that the statewide database ran 3 kiosks. It was supposed to be 4. It was on a $200,000 budget, and people could go in and they could draw maps using the census data, and that was part of this requirement that we have a project with the legislature. That experience, I believe, I can't tell you for certain, but it seems logical that that was the genesis for the COI tool we have now. But we got very little data from it that I remember, and in keeping with that thought, because we tried to handle it with student assistance to categorize it and put it together, there were a lot of things that we got that we derived little value from simply because we couldn't handle it. That's why we're going to the data management route and trying to find somebody who can do a far better job than student assistants.
Okay. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I just a few comments then. I guess I'm just going to say I think Commissioner Kennedy and I have to have a conversation with statewide database. I think that there were some things that were perhaps maybe on our part left up to assumption, but I thought that it was also perhaps, I won't say common sense, but while we wanted to obviously make it so that it would be accessible for everybody, clearly for the commission's use, we would need to have it in a format that we could have it usable. And I think that was, at least on my part, I would say that was the impression that I was under. I think I would also say, and I just want to put this out there now, I recall that when we were first presented with the idea of the COI tool, we did ask several questions. Are there limits on the numbers of languages that we can have? And we were told that there would not be limits on the languages per se. It's up to us as the commission to determine how many and what languages would we want. And we were then presented with a timeline by the statewide database as to when we would need to inform them as to the languages that we would want to see presented and the COI tool translated into. I believe that we worked to the timeline that they gave us. And so I will say that I'm a little disappointed to hear that that now we're being constrained based on usability, which I think, and stability. That seems a little odd that the number of languages, but I'm not a tech person, so it could be. But I am a little disappointed to hear that. I think if we had known that earlier on, we would have perhaps have come to the same place where we did, but we might have also made some other decisions as well too. So I think I just want to put that on the record that that I'm just a little disappointed to hear that part. I think we did try to work to their timeline, and I believe that we weren't late in providing them the language in terms of the timeline that they asked for. On the public outreach meeting, I do want to just comment and say that I hear what you're saying, Director Claypool, and I do agree that I think we do need to move forward. I think as a result of, at least from my personal experience from the census conversations that I had based on the work that our outreach and engagement subcommittee asked us each to engage in, I think obviously, you know, our conversations that we've been having, or at least I personally have had, are resulting in, I think, potential opportunities for outreach, as well as other ideas of how we can conduct the pre-census outreach. And I do wonder, and I'm going to put Commissioner Sinai and Vasquez on the spot here a little bit, but you know, perhaps at this point, I think they've been doing a lot of work around this. Perhaps they too can help provide some kind of guidance and framework for an outreach plan. I know it wasn't what they had thought that they were going to do, and that we were going to be able to turn it over to our communications director, Seha, and also that we would have our deputy executive director on board at this point. But maybe perhaps the two of them working with Mr. Seha, you know, can start to put together a outreach plan, at least from a pre-census perspective, and then perhaps even skeleton out the post-census mapping feedback outreach meetings or public meetings that we'll have to have. Because in this case, I think, you know, as much as I think we're cognizant that the delays with the deputy executive director, I also hear you that we just need to move forward. And personally, I'm going to say that if we're going to get involved in the kind of maybe micromanaging is not the right word, but if we're going to get involved in the intimate details of specific things that we want to see happen, I would much rather see us spend time on this versus deciding who gets hired. So I think for me, I think this is going to be a better use of our time and also our expertise and our input. So I think I'll just stop there and just say thanks for all the work that everybody is doing.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitagawa. I just have one further thing to add regarding the communities of interest tool, and that is that, you know, the statewide database, for good reason, in that I think some of these decisions were taken before this commission was formed. There was a target date of having it available as of the 1st of January. And I think I've been consistent in saying we're not necessarily going to be positioned to start promoting it, publicizing it, and using it as of the 1st of January. And so, you know, if it's a question of taking until the end of January to ensure stability with a couple more languages, that to me is a trade-off that we need to be discussing internally, unless the fact is that we do not have that sort of control. If they are under a contractual obligation with the legislature to have this completed by the 1st of January, and we do not have any say in that, then obviously, you know, we have to recognize that. But if we do have say in it, and, you know, we need to discuss and work out internally when we will be able to start promoting it and actually using it, and propose to the statewide database and to the legislature, if necessary, an adjustment in their timeline. Commissioner Lamont.
I just wanted to say I agree with everything you just said, Commissioner Kennedy, and I think we should take it a step further and to really highlight the fact to give us a tool and then put the burden of our ability to use that tool on us. I think we really have to address that, because that's an additional expense. I understood that we were going to need data management for these, and I could have just missed that part, but I understood very clearly that these alternative or out-of-the-box approaches that we wanted to use to gather data was going to require a provision on our part to be able to process that information, and we were going to be very cognizant of not creating mechanisms for acquiring information that we couldn't make usable, that we didn't want to do that. Never did it occur to me that the COI tool fell into that particular category. So to be quite frank, I'm shocked that we would even have spent as much time and investment in our contribution to this tool from not only the language perspective, but seeing its value to us, et cetera, where in essence, it sounds like the way it's designed to date is only the English would be able to be provided to us. And I guess maybe the maps, and we'd have to figure out how to interpret that without the, associated narrative. So, yeah, I think that we need to craft some kind of response on that piece and see what will it take to shore up the integrity. If we're just talking about, we're not just talking about, it sounds like we're talking about time and financial resources to have this process be a valuable process that we can really use, because it seems like it is. I know Commissioner Sinai has all along said, this is not rising and falling on the COI tool. And I have fully supported that the entire time. However, we were expecting to get a significant amount of contribution from this tool. And I think to be sharing where we are right now with this is distressing, to say the least.
Commissioner Sinai.
Maybe it's better for Director Claypool to go first if he's addressing Commissioner Lamont.
Okay, Director Claypool.
I was only going to respond in that we're going to have a significant amount of interpretation of things that we're going to be given how we're trying to go out to far more communities than we were. So a little bit of this is going to be kind of a sunk cost, if you will, that we're going to have the interpretation services for other things. And so if it, we can respond to them certainly and ask what the cost would be to get an interpretation, or we can respond in a different way and just ask in our augmentation whether or not we could also cover the interpretation of the information we're giving, both from the COI tool and from the other sources of information that we're going to be given that are not in English.
Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, I kind of thought I understand everyone's concern, and I think when I heard about it, I thought, well, in most of the work that I've done when it's multiple languages, we want it all translated as much as possible by the same entity. And I'm not sure, so I definitely hear the concerns and agree with the concerns, but on the flip side, as Director Claypool said, we will be getting different testimonies and such in different languages, and we will need to translate that. And in my mind, where everything is gotten a little complicated is I didn't know if with data management, I know that we said we don't like Google Translate and such, but how others deal with getting information in different languages. And so I don't know if that's done all by hand, by people power, or if it's actually done by the actual platform.
Okay. Just I don't know, a heads up, I guess, to everyone. I've managed language support units elsewhere, and there is a very clear distinction between translation and interpretation. I once had to take my translator with me to interpret because my interpreter wasn't there. My translator froze because she was amazing at translating, but she can't divide her brain in half on the spot to interpret, and she just froze. And I had to say, okay, thank you, we'll figure something out. Likewise, interpreters aren't translators. It's two very different skill sets, and we're going to have to we're going to have to procure both skill sets, and we're unlikely to get them from the same person. I guess the one thing that we do have is there are artificial intelligence tools such as Google Translate that can give you a somewhat, usable translation. It varies by language and by how technical the base language going in is. But let's just all keep in mind that they're two different skill sets, and we're going to have to procure both of them. Commissioner Lamont.
I think my concern with the COI tool is the sheer volume. So I kind of am looking at that different because we have no idea. I mean, this is a web-based platform that if we were halfway successful in our marketing and promotion and education around it, we could have volumes of information. That's more my concern with that. And it would seem to me that it would be much better at the programming level to have that get addressed than just providing us with volumes of information that we have to have a mechanism by which to translate. So that's the part where I see the COI tools a little bit separately. And then I'll reinforce the point that I think there's a principal point here. Then the principal point for me is this is supposed to be a tool to serve us that was presented to us as such. And the multiple languages was an invitation, even if we talk about 12. So let's just say if we said, okay, they don't want to do the additional ones that we talked about, but the 12, what I'm hearing is that there is not a provision for providing us that information in a language other than the input language. Well, we won't be able to conceivably process, the majority of them. I mean, I guess the commissioners could translate the Spanish, and maybe some other commissioners have other language skills on the panel. But the point being that we're just being said, well, here's data. And I think that that's a big investment in that tool. And I think it should give outputs that are most usable for its intention, which is to support the commission. So that's my principal position on that.
Very good. Director Claypool?
I think it's important also for us to remember that if we use 2010 as kind of a yardstick on this, by volume, it will be a very small percentage. Now we're hoping to increase that percentage because we're hoping to reach out to people who are disenfranchised and bring them in. But many of those individuals will still come with people that they trust, and we will be trusted interpreters for them. I would assume that we might get some of that also with the COI tool. So I just want to say that we need to be prepared to reach out to everyone possible, and we need to be prepared to make sure that they get the respect and the opportunity that they deserve. But by volume, I don't anticipate this as being a large amount with the possible exception of Spanish. So.
Okay. Any further questions or comments regarding the executive director's report? Director Claypool.
I do have one other thing. I saved it for last because we did have another case of COVID here in the building. It was on the 25th. They just told us it's on a different floor, but in the spirit of keeping you posted, they've isolated that floor and sent everybody home, and so that floor is now being disinfected. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you for that, Director Claypool. What floor?
Raul gave it to me. I believe it's the fourth floor. I've just got 4 fingers up from Katie, who knows everything around here. 4th floor, 2 floors above us.
Okay, thank you. Oh, actually, it's a 5-story building? Is that correct?
I believe it's 6. Yes.
6? Okay.
Mhm.
And your office is on, just for everyone, the CRC office is on the second floor.
Second floor. Okay.
Very good. With that, I will ask Ms. Marshall for her report.
Good day, everyone. To prevent duplication of what's already been presented by the director or what will be presented by the commissioners I worked with for the past couple of weeks, I have no update. However, Attorney Johnston will be providing an update on key census issues under consideration by the U.S. Supreme Court. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai sent out a report on the argument in the New York versus Trump case, and I'd just like to add to it a little bit. One bit of background, the week before, the D.C. Circuit had come out with a decision dismissing a lawsuit on the grounds that it was premature before they knew what the president was going to do with it, and that decision seemed to weigh heavily on the Supreme Court. What most interested me about the argument was the Solicitor General and how vague he was in what the plans were for the Census Bureau. He kept saying, well, it's all fluid. By that, he meant they weren't sure if they're going to comply with the statutory deadlines because they were having such a hard time validating the data, and they might not be able to provide the data until sometime in late January, which of course would be into a new administration. He also said he didn't know how the census was going to address the presidential memorandum about undocumented aliens. He said they could identify those who are in detention facilities and perhaps those who are under exclusion orders, but he wasn't even sure about that, and that was a very small number of those who were believed to be in the United States. So he thought that whatever numbers were provided would not be a significant given the total population. There was a lot of discussion about if the data is given to Trump and he uses it for the data given to the states, and Trump is then sued later, how you'd have to, what they kept saying was unscramble eggs, that once the information was out to the public, trying then to separate out or add in people who were excluded would be very, very difficult. The one positive I got for it is they didn't discuss the merits a whole lot, but when they did discuss the merits, even the newest appointees seemed to be convinced that this was, at the very least, a break with precedent, and that there was no seeming justification for interpreting persons as being any less than all persons. So I don't know if anyone else got to listen to the argument or has other thoughts to add, or if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much to our legal team. Not seeing any hands, I would like to ask Mr. Ceja to begin with his report. B, we have until 12:45, so we've got close to 45 minutes, and we can kick off the discussion of the website and what the commissioners would like to see as far as features and content of the website. I anticipate that we will conclude that discussion before lunch on Thursday, but we can at least kick it off now. So, Mr. Ceja, the floor is yours for the next 42 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you all who have responded to my communication survey. I wanted to get a feel for what the needs are for the commission with regards to communication. But more than anything, I also wanted to take the opportunity to get to know you one-on-one as commissioners and individuals that comprise this body. So for those of you that have responded and turned in your surveys, thank you. For those of you who have not, I know where you live, or at least I know what county you live in. So I'll keep hounding you down for those surveys. And I've learned a lot, actually, having those conversations with each and every one of you about who you are as individuals and why you decided to apply for this board, which was all great information that I'm going to have to translate to media sources throughout California. And I also did find what some of the missing parts of our communications program here for the commission are. Many of you have told me that we have no communications program. In the absence of the PR agency that was here prior to myself, there really has not been any additional work in the communications realm. So we're going to change that. I asked for 2 particular tools that are going to help me do my job with regards to communication. The first was bringing on a media monitoring service that will allow me to receive reports whenever any of the commissioners are mentioned, whenever California redistricting is mentioned, whenever we draw the lines is mentioned, and I'll compile that into regular reports for you all as they come in. And then as we start engaging with the media, of course, we'll have a lot more stories to report, so I'll share those with you as well. The other piece of information this service will provide is a statewide database of journalists that I could tap into. And as we start pitching stories for you individually as commissioners, I'll be able to go into that database, look at reporters for certain geographical areas, and start pitching stories saying, hey, I've got this story about commissioner, or what I've learned, those little nuggets of information with these conversations is that 3 UC Berkeley alumni serve on this commission, which is amazing. So we will definitely be reaching out to UC Berkeley Alumni Association to get a story about that. But those are the type of, that's the type of information that I get out of these conversations that we have. I call them nuggets of information that I can pitch to the media to get coverage. The other glaring deficiency in our program has been the website. I know many of you have told me that it's difficult to work with a system that is so archaic and so old, and just the look of it is not representative of this commission. So we're going to give it an update. We're going to do some rebranding of the logo, and hopefully we'll have all this wrapped up for a January launch. I know some of you were talking about a coming out celebration where we reintroduce the commission. We have branding, we have our website up, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to do that. And in doing so, I actually, having conversations, as 2 commissioners in particular, if they would assist me with the transition from the current website to the new website, and that would be Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Taylor. So with your permission, I'd like to tap into their expertise to get this going so that we can begin with that transition. We will go through the exercise today or whenever you feel appropriate of indicating what areas of the website you want to see in this new version of our website. But I also wanted to take the opportunity to tap into their expertise so that we have a structure of what every page is going to look like, and then I'll get to work on reproducing that. Now, in terms of social media, I know that we don't have a social media presence, and so we're going to change that. I've already secured the Facebook page for We Draw the Lines California, so that will be our official title for Facebook. And I believe there's a Twitter account that's out there with our name. I just have to find the credentials for it so I can take it over and continue communicating through there as well. Now, during the conversations I've had with you, I asked if you'd be willing to do media training or if you'd be interested. Many of you, I would say everyone has responded in the affirmative. So I will get those going as well so that we can gauge your level of expertise in conducting media interviews and then fill in the gaps where if there are any. And then lastly, I just want to share that I will begin pitching to local media, like I said, to tell your stories, to let people know why we're doing what we're doing and what our charge is really as a commission. More of an educational component that needs to take place on a statewide level. So I really want to do the media trainings first before we start reaching out to media outlets for those one-on-ones, but definitely want to gauge how comfortable you are with media training and then go from there to get this knocked out over the next few weeks. We'll take questions if there are any.
That's why I don't usually mute myself. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Just a question for Director Seha. Are you also going to be creating LinkedIn and Instagram accounts as well too? More specifically LinkedIn, I just said Instagram because some people, might as well cover all bases. So
we can, yes. I can also do a survey of what social media accounts you all think are appropriate to bring on board, but also just be mindful that we're going to have to create content for each one of these pages separately. So it is more work. It's doable, but it's just more work. So we should really prioritize what accounts we want to remain active, and then how often you would like for us to start posting, because it's going to take people power to get those up and running and continue with constant content.
And one of the experiences that I shared is that the Riverside County Registrar of Voters has their Twitter account mirrored on their website. So if you go to their website, particularly right around elections, one of the first things you see is their Twitter feed, and that's a good way to update things once and make it do multiple duty. Yes.
Yep. So yes, that's a great point. We do want to mirror our social media on our website, and vice versa. You want to cross post on different platforms. And the other thing that I forgot to mention was talking about the COI tool. I know that we want this new version of our website to be interactive. So one of the main responsibilities will be to have the COI tool on the web page so that individuals can actually draw their own lines and then submit that to us as their input. So we have to figure out how we capture all that information and make it reportable for the commission.
Commissioner Sinai?
We had also talked about making sure that we have a good conversation with the census to understand their SWORD tool and how it makes sense to, how we could use it since they put so much effort into it. Or how do we create a similar, just here's the map. Well, I'm getting into the nitty gritties of what we'd like on a website, so I apologize. I'll step back.
Other commissioners? Okay, Mr. Seca, do you have Commissioner Sadwani?
Just throw this out there. I don't have any strong feelings one way or another. I recall when the folks from the census gave their presentation, they had talked about reaching out to school districts and even mentioned some contacts to do that. I don't know if we're doing that or not. I don't know who would be charged with that if we wanted to do it. If we did, then I could see using social media platforms that younger folks are using, like Instagram or TikTok. But I just throw that out there as something that we might want to think about if we wanted to go down that road of reaching out through schools.
Yeah. There is a program, relatively new program called the Civic Engagement Initiative, and San Bernardino County Schools Office of Superintendent of Schools is one of the lead agencies. So as the lead for Riverside County and San Bernardino County and making some of these initial contacts as far as outreach, I did send them a note and I'm waiting for a reply to see if there is any way that we might connect with and tap into that whole network of the Civic Engagement Initiative. There are other school systems, about half a dozen or so school systems elsewhere in the state that are involved, but San Bernardino, I think, is the only county school system that is among the 4 lead agencies. So hopefully I'll have Commissioner Lawrence and I will have a productive conversation with them soon, and we'll be able to tap into that wider network. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, to echo Commissioner Sadwani, during one of our conversations that we had around the Orange County region, our contact did mention that the school districts were quite instrumental in helping with the census outreach because they know the communities at the more micro levels and were able to give us much better input into understanding potential communities of interest. And so that was one of the good nuggets of information that we got from our interview. I also want to just perhaps just echo. I'm just thinking about like I know that I was thinking about what Mr. Seha said about like the work it'll take around social media, but I think increasingly, like it or not, I mean, people do get information from social media. And what I'm also one of the other things that struck me too is again, like it or not, sometimes young kids, young adults are the kind of main purveyors of critical information, especially around civic engagement to their families, particularly families that are not, where English is a primary or a language of comfort for them. And so when I think Commissioner Sadwani said about, Instagram or TikTok, it did strike me that we should be trying to, it will require some additional work, I know, but it may be age appropriate communications that we should also think about in terms of encouraging kids to let their families know, their parents know, this is something that families should be engaged in. It's not just a voter kind of thing, but this is a community thing, which does include young adults as well too. So just wanted to add that.
Perfect. Just for commissioners' information, the first cohort of participating school districts in the Civic Engagement Initiative were Anaheim Union in Orange County, Azusa Unified in LA County, Cajon Valley in San Diego County, East Side Union in Santa Clara County, Ontario Montclair in San Bernardino County, and Oxnard in Ventura County. So presumably once I hear back from San Bernardino County Schools as one of the 4 lead agencies, then we would be off and running in contacting those first cohort school districts around the state and trying to see where we can plug into to them with this. I have Commissioner Sinai next.
Actually, Commissioner Vasquez was right before me. Her hand is just disappearing again.
Commissioner Vasquez, please.
I thought I was gesticulating wildly enough, but clearly not. I am hoping also sort of maybe as an interim step for a more robust social media presence, that we can also, in my mind, a portion of what we will be paying grassroots groups to do through some granting mechanism is for them to be using their in-house communications capacity to dedicate to redistricting. I'm especially sort of as we are still ramping up and staffing up, my personal preference would be to, yes, have a social media presence, but one that is more amenable to quick, pithy responses, rather than as someone who has had to manage an Instagram account for an organization, that is a ton of work. It is a ton of work to create the visual content and have to make it worthwhile. It's not something that even a weekly post on Instagram is worth an investment for, but that we can keep in mind that part of what we can build into the granting process is a social media toolkit, right? That we can provide sort of like baseline level content and messaging and allow the trusted messengers to massage that content, translate it into language that will be understood and interpreted by their stakeholders, whether it's young people, whether it's ethnic or racial communities, those sorts of things. So in terms of just, again, my own priorities for the communications piece, I would, the less labor intensive, I feel like we can hopefully build the capacity of others to do that work that that already have that established presence in that medium, and not spend a whole lot of time trying to figure out or staff things that aren't necessarily in our wheelhouse.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Sinai.
Director Sejas, did you want to respond to what she just said?
I did, yes, just very quickly. Thank you for that, Commissioner Vasquez. Coming from the state recently and working for a legislator, I found myself with several toolkits at my disposal from the governor's office for the wildfires for COVID-19. So what they would do is on a weekly basis send me pictures and suggested talking points or posts that I could just copy and paste and put it up on our website and on our social media sites, which made it very easy for me to continue with the flow of information. And it was all centralized at one office, so we were all posting the same message.
Commissioner Sinai.
I don't think I saw anyone before me again. A couple of things. One is I know that in 2010, a lot of the social media was actually managed by student interns. And so we may, folks are looking for internships for next semester now. So just something to keep in mind. I definitely agree with leveraging other people's social media, other people's audiences. I mean, we'll have to do both. But the truth is we don't have time to build our audience and others already have an audience. And so it's always about going to where people are, which you already know. And we did have school districts originally in our thinking and in our plan, but Commissioner Vasquez and I have both worked with school districts and worked with trying to get curriculum out. And it takes a lot of time. And that's what we also heard from the census, is that if we want to tap into an already existing curriculum, the census has a whole committee and a curriculum that they created, and we can piggyback on that. But especially now with online learning, there's two thoughts. One is they're looking for content, but on the flip side, teachers are also overwhelmed right now, and they always are. So I've always said, what I have found useful is instead of going to school districts sometimes because they already have too much they have to cover, is going to the after school programs that are looking for content and ways to engage youth. So I just wanted to put that out there. But Commissioner Vasquez and I, when we were weighing the cost of time and on a short period, on a short timeline, what can we get done? That was one that we kind of said, okay, let's take a step back.
Very good. Commissioner Fernandez.
I was going to wait for our outreach discussion, but Commissioner Lemons and I did have discussion yesterday with the Sacramento County Office of Education because they were involved with the census, and they were also involved with the curriculum for the 5th through 8th and then 9th through 11th, I believe it was. But anyway, they were more than willing if we have any flyers or anything that we want to get out, because he said we were able to connect with every family because they would either had to come in to get their lunches, which in a sense, when you have the kids coming in to get the lunches, those are usually the ones that need the lunches, they're harder to reach. He said that, or when they come to get their homework. So those two aspects of it are probably your students and families that are harder to reach because they don't have the internet access and they need the meals. And then the third thing was in terms of utilizing the virtual for the students, also doing that. So they were very open to helping as long as we had a flyer, we had a message to get out there, very supportive of that effort.
Excellent. Other commissioners? Commissioner Vasquez.
I also a reminder to the commission, and also a note for Director Seha, that I used to work for the State School Boards Association and also have contacts with the State Administrators Association, AXA. So that would probably, in my mind, be the quickest way to reach a critical mass of decision makers and leaders who would be interested in supporting our effort at the grassroots level, is to go to the statewide association. So when we are ready, would be happy to make those connections, but understand we have moving parts. So
perfect. Well, another example of the enormous variety of talents and contacts that we all bring to this commission. That's absolutely wonderful. Director Seha, do you have anything further that you'd like to add at this point? Do you want to go into any specific aspect of the website design or content?
Yeah, so I'm not sure, aside from the outline that you provided me, Chair Kennedy, I'm not sure what other conversations have taken place online, or if you all have suggestions now that you want me to start looking into. But I would really love to get the input of all commissioners at some point in time as we start building the new website. And then, like I said, I'll be working with Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor to wrap up what we want the next version of the website to look like.
Commissioner Vasquez.
At the risk of getting out in front of either you, Chair, or Director Seha, did we need to or want to discuss in this meeting the suggestion around Nation Builder? Because I know that that's an expense. So again, I don't know if we need to discuss that now or if there are plans to discuss later.
That would be perfectly in order at this point. Director Seha.
Yeah, so I apologize, I didn't mention that, but we did secure Nation Builder to help me revamp the website. It will also take the place of MailChimp and Constant Contact that we currently have, and will be our new database for contacts as well. So all our contacts will go into Nation Builder. They'll be rolled over. It'll act as the back door for me to update the website, and also as our new platform to shoot out e-blast to our audiences. And then the other service that we acquired was Meltwater, and they do media monitoring and that database of reporters on a statewide basis, so that we can just reach out to whoever we want based on issues and geography.
One question on the media monitoring, is that English only or is that multilingual?
Multilingual. So it'll capture anytime we're being mentioned, and they do keep actual video footage of interviews in the case that we're on a TV station somewhere, and we can save that for our own public records.
Perfect. Commissioner Sinai?
I need to look through my notes, but there's a program that's been, a woman named something close in the Bay Area had started working with ethnic press over 20 years ago, just because she realized that when Chinese newspapers went out, they only talked to Chinese, and when Latinos, and so she wanted to build that bridge. And she also realized that actually bringing the ethnic press together was a larger number. They reached a larger number than just the San Francisco Chronicle or the LA Times. And I was excited to hear that program's still going on. And so I think that could be a great relationship also, just for technical assistance to that media, as capacity building, but also other ways. So let me look for that and I'll get it to you, unless you already have it. And
It's New America Media.
Thank you.
Sorry. In the past, many moons ago, but that work is very important. And much like our efforts to do outreach have to be grassroots, our media contacts also need to be grassroots in order to get that information out. Yes, I'll reach out to them, Commissioner.
Commissioner Kitagawa.
Mr. Seha, have you used Nation Builder before, and are you you're comfortable with the way their website will look?
Yes, I've used Nation Builder for the past 10 years in different offices. And so, yes, it's the easiest way for me to go behind the scenes and build a website, but also maintain it. And seeing that we have many pressing needs to upload documents on spur of the moment, I'll be able to do that without necessarily sending an email to someone and then seeing when they have the availability to do it. We'll be able to do it instantaneously. So it'll be super helpful.
Okay, thank you.
The one comment that I would, I guess, reiterate is I think it's important to pull apart the current website, leaving only the 2010 content. Have that archived, you know, whether you set it up as we draw the lines /2010 or something. We need to preserve everything that's not only everything that's there now, but I have the impression that there's some content that has been pulled off of it since the 2020 commission took office. We need to make sure that whatever was on the 2010 commission's website as of the 1st of July 2020 is still accessible, easily accessible, but clearly accessible as the 2010 commission's content rather than our content. I don't know if others have thoughts on that, but I wanted to reiterate that. Commissioner Sinai?
I agree with what you're saying, but my only thought is if it becomes a rabbit hole and it takes up too much time to find a lot of that the priority right now is moving forward and get it, because there's a lot of outreach we need to get done ASAP. Like the Legal Women Voters was telling us and others. So I would put that as a second priority versus everything else we need to do.
Right. Okay. If there's no further report from communications and no further comments on website design or content, then Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, I guess on the content, if there is a way to create a map, I know I've said this before, but as people we're getting input on the COI tool and stuff, if there can be a map or something where we get direct little dots, and that's where the census kind of tool is important, because that will allow us also to see where we need to do better outreach and allow the community to also see it. But on the flip on the other side, it will also let people see that it's not that we didn't hear exactly what they said, is that the several people from their community spoke up or whatever it is. So it can be used for different reasons.
Director Ceja.
I actually have a meeting with the COI tool producers this week. I've never even seen the tool, so I'll familiarize myself with it, but I'll ask those questions to see what information we can post on our website so that it just let us know where people are actively engaging throughout the state and where we need to up our outreach efforts.
Okay, anything else? Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, Commissioner Sinai, just for clarification. So you were thinking a map of participation, as in who's participating in the process?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it would be populated by the COI. You wouldn't see the whole map that the COI did, but it would just be a dot or whatever, just so people can see the participation.
Got it. So that would give us an idea of the regions or the locations of where people are participating from. Also can use that as a tool to see where the holes in our outreach might be. Thank you.
Right, as well as transparency on who's participated, not by name, but by dot.
Right. And Commissioner Sinai, did you have anything?
Yeah, I want to make sure on everything we do, kind of when we're doing outreach, that we're thinking about obviously public education, educating people, but also thinking through what the action is and making sure that we're collecting both email and text, because a lot of stuff is done now via text versus email. And so on the website, we want to make sure that we have a tool that it's easy to find, because it's not easy to find an invitation to be engaged. And that was something with the COI tool as well, that when I met with them, I said, hey, we want to make sure that they have to opt out of us capturing their email versus opt in. But as many emails as we can get to be able to keep them informed and keep people engaged.
Okay, very good. Well, with that, we will conclude the morning session and have 10 extra minutes for lunch. So please be back at 1:45, and we will be taking public comment at that time, followed by some guest speakers on data management at 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us back from our lunch break. As usual, we will turn now to public comment. So I would ask Katie to please read the instructions for public comment.
Yes, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 927-3806-8918 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automatic message to press star 9. Please do this to raise your hand indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automatic message that says the host would like you to talk. Press star 6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking general public comment at this time. And we do not have anyone in the queue.
Thank you, Katie. Just tossing out there for public reaction as well. We have been opening these periods for public comment at the beginning of the day, at the beginning of the afternoon session, and at the end of the afternoon session. If there are other suggestions of times that would be more useful to the public, please feel free to let us know either in writing or by calling in. We are trying to be as open as possible to public comment. Commissioner Sinai.
A while back, we had discussed maybe either using Twitter or another way so that people could, give their public comment and didn't have to wait till we do public comment if it was a hashtag or something. And now that we have a director of communications, maybe he can come up with a recommendation on how people can just leave their public comments quicker for us and we can respond to them. The reason Twitter is good is because you can respond to them publicly and then also leave a note there. But just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. So, Mr. Seja, you'll take a look at that and let us know your recommendation on how to address that. Any further thoughts on public comment? Commissioner Taylor.
Yes. I don't know if this is a question for council or not, or maybe just some clarification. We are bound to what we can respond to in a notice meeting. Are there similar stipulations on what we would be able to respond to in social media?
I'm not, you mean if you receive something in Twitter?
Correct.
The problem would be if you respond to it within the public meeting or not. If it's Twitter, it can be responded to at any time, and there's a problem with that because it wouldn't then be really public. You've got to receive all information during a public meeting. So I think if a new topic came up on Twitter, you would have to agendize it and discuss it during a public meeting. But I'm not sure that, I'll have to check that out. I don't know if there's any opinions on how social media affects Bagley Keene.
We would very much appreciate that and look forward to hearing back from the legal team on that. Okay, Katie, we have no one in the queue at this point.
We do not, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And we have not yet been joined by our 2 o'clock guests. I don't know, Commissioner Ahmed, if you want to say a few words before they join us.
Sure, I can do that. I don't know if I'll take 9 minutes, but who knows? So our guests will be joining us at 2 p.m. Commissioner Turner and I have been meeting with lots of different folks around the topic of data management for our commission work moving forward. And we wanted to bring forth a discussion from some experts in the field for our own purposes and education within our own group, as to provide some context for our conversation later on in the agenda, in which Commissioner Turner and I will bring forth a draft RFP scope of work language for feedback from the commission as well as feedback from the public. And so we're hopeful that this conversation will give commissioners some context to that, and also allow for some questions to our experts on any topic related to data management that folks want to have addressed. Our presenters will be joining us at 2 p.m., so we're still 8 minutes away. So I'll pass it to Commissioner Turner if she has anything else to add on this introduction.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. Just to share that we have had multiple conversations. We had an opportunity to speak with Texify. We talked to the Massive Data Institute, PopVox, to Civic Tech. We talked to Code for America. We're waiting now to try and get a connection through with Google. And so the conversations, we just felt like we were learning so much. We're both very excited about the subcommittee and the information that was being shared, knowledge gained, and additional things to consider as we're trying to research the right organization, firm, company that will be able to handle our request. And so with each of the calls that we had, we went into it explaining to them who we were, what the desire was, and how we're looking for a tool that would be able to store the information, that would be able to collect the information, store it, and then make it accessible to us as needed, where we would be able to draw from it to draw our lines that we ultimately needed. We let them know that there was the language issue, that we wanted to be able to receive information in various languages. We also talked to them about the security perspective, how we wanted to make sure that this would stand up to any scrutiny, that the information would be protected and safe. And the conversations were, I think, varied. But everyone was indeed excited about the prospect of participating and being able to play some role. And what we determined was that if we wanted, with all of what that we've been learning, we invited a couple of the speakers, like Commissioner Mott said, just to be able to stand before this board and give a presentation first of all, but then also allow you to be able to ask any questions, so that as we move forward with our request for proposal, you'll have a full understanding of what's needed. So if there are any preliminary, I know we can go deep into questions, but if there are any high-level questions prior to the presentation, we certainly have still just a couple of minutes before our guests join.
I wanted to take the opportunity to thank you both for your work on this. I mean, not only have you learned, but it's clear that we're going to be learning quite a bit as a result of your efforts on our behalf. So I really want to thank you and congratulate you for the excellent work done in bringing us to this point, and definitely look forward to hearing from these folks. I mean, this is an aspect that I think we're trying to make a significant advance in over the experience of the previous commission, and it really is critical to our success, and so very much want to thank both of you for this.
Absolutely. I think one of the other things I wanted to add is that a lot of the people that we were able to speak with certainly would have had preference that the information was all structured. And we know, so most of them says that you should make the public present in a set way, right? And so if all of the information is structured, it makes their job so much easier. And we're like, well, no, we're going to get this in a lot of different formats. It will be structured and unstructured. We knew that. I don't think I knew either that the COI tool would come all in the original language, but we did let them know we would receive shape files from the COI tool. We will get verbal responses, you know, the full gamut. And they were like, oh, okay. So, but as you will see with our speakers today, there are some people that feel like they will have solutions. And if not from one tool, we may be putting together a few different tools that will work together.
Right, right. Well, and you know, as I mentioned earlier, a vendor that offers a solution for special districts and asking them if they either have a separate product that might be suitable for a commission, or if they would be able to make whatever modifications to their regular software that we might need to use it as a commission. You know, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and you know, hopefully we'll be learning from all of these people, and as you say, we can make some informed decisions after hearing from these and possibly eventually some others as well.
Hi, Alex. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, good to see you.
I believe we are waiting on a few other folks, and then I can introduce you all to the group, and then we can take it from there.
In the meantime, can we hear about your demos, not memos?
Absolutely. So this is one of the catchphrases at US Digital Response. What we found works really well is actually, rather than writing a bunch of stuff down, is to kind of just do it and show what's possible. And So for example, when we're partnering with governments that need help, if we can, we try to listen and then say, hey, here's roughly what we're thinking about. Does this look right to you? Does this seem about right? And it makes it a lot easier for people to give us feedback because it's real and concrete, and it just creates a lot more momentum as well. So we like to focus on demos, not memos, as we say.
And I have to admit that the political scientist part of me misread it at first because I was thinking the demos, the people. You know, that's a nice slogan you've got going there. And then I was like, okay, so.
I like that pun on that. That's great. That's maybe I'll work that in the future. We'll enrich it.
And I see Commissioner Sadwani nodding, so she knows where I'm coming from.
Oh, what does that mean?
Okay, Commissioner Ahmad and Commissioner Turner, the floor is yours.
Thank you. As we wait for a few more folks to join, I will go ahead and start with the introductions of our guest speakers. So today from 2 to 3:15, we have this time blocked off for two different groups who are presenting related to data management. We have Amy O'Hare, who is on the call, and she's waving, from the Massive Data Institute at Georgetown University. And then we have Waldo Jockey, which I'm seeing is not on yet, and Alex Elaine, and then we just got joined with Robin Carnahan. They are from the U.S. Digital Response. So we can start with Amy O'Hare. She will go ahead and give her presentation, and then U.S. Digital Response will actually have slides for their presentation in which they will screen share. Those slides have been posted for the public. So we have about 20 minutes, give or take, for each of the presentations, and then the remainder of the time for questions from our group and some additional questions from the public if we have time for that. So with that, Amy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to talk to you. And two of your commissioners I've already had a brief conversation with, and I told them some of my horror stories and war stories from my time when I worked at the U.S. Census Bureau. I currently work at the McCourt School of Public Policy at Georgetown, and I focus on data governance and data linkage and privacy protection. And I've been looking into the best practices for data intermediaries. Those are people that help fill that space between the people that have the data and the people that want to use the data. So what are those best practices for data management, for data retention, for data archiving, for data linkage? And another project that I've been working on really builds upon my career at the Census Bureau. I've been looking into how states could develop their own population estimates for benchmarking against the results that will be coming out of this 2020 census. So I want to explain a little bit more about the work that I did at the Census Bureau. I left there in 2017 when I was the senior executive in a business unit called the Center for Administrative Records Research and Applications, because they like long acronyms. That unit was tasked with identifying data sources to improve census results. And that was to help census with their address frame, to help census fill in missing data, and to help them improve the quality of the data that they were collecting in the household surveys and in the decennial census. And I started out there doing a bunch of modeling work. So I was using household surveys. I have a PhD in economics, and I was in there just using data that came from respondents, but I learned how important it was to blend that with information from Social Security, from HUD, from IRS, from Veterans Affairs, from Medicare, from Medicaid, in order to get a richer sense of what's going on in the population and economy so that we would have even better statistics. And in that role, I moved into the efforts to negotiate access to those data sets from the agencies that I just ran through the quick list of. So that meant that I was writing sound data sharing agreements, but getting a lot of data in the door. And the data would come in sometimes in one giant file. And sometimes, like with Medicaid, they delivered it in 47 separate files. And then it was up to us to figure out what came in the door, whether it was what we expected, what we had to do to it. And if in any of those data deliveries, it did not meet our expectations, to have that feedback loop to figure out how to get the data that we thought that we should have received. So also in my role, I was responsible for securing that data, processing it, and protecting it. And so that was both to make sure that we were meeting the terms and conditions of the agencies that provided the data, but never losing sight of the fact that it was all of your data. Like, I was writing a data sharing agreement with the Internal Revenue Service, and we were getting all of your tax returns. And I was the signatory on that agreement. And if anything bad happened, I would go to jail. So I was very, very diligent about data management in my old job. And I carry that forward. And I'm always like preaching this to people that, please, you don't want to go to jail. You might not go to jail if you mishandle the data, but there's certain practices that you can apply that aren't really that hard. That you've just got to plan in advance and be prepared to roll with what happens. So as I mentioned, when I was at Census, lots of deliveries, lots of agencies. The data would sometimes come in on a weekly basis, a monthly basis, a quarterly basis, 6 months, annual. And we just had to figure out how you deal with these different streams of data that were coming in. Now, I was lucky because the data that I was obtaining, they were largely of the same type. There were some different computer formats, but unlike the task that you guys have ahead of you, I was pretty much getting machine readable data. And I was not doing direct data collection, so I wasn't getting face-to-face or telephone transcripts. It was largely collected online in forms. Sometimes I would get data that had been scanned into PDFs, but still I was dealing with digitized data. I cannot express to you the importance of properly capturing that data whenever it hit the agency. So getting it all the way in the door by making sure that we were documenting what was supposed to come in, what we actually received, and making sure that we had a way to catalog that information so that we didn't lose track of any of it. That was also critical for version control. So let's say that some agency that runs government healthcare, that they were sending us data files, and the data for one of the states had far fewer, like it had 6,000 observations and we were expecting millions. And so we went back and we said, I think there's a problem with this delivery. That meant that we had to have solid version control. And this is what I mean about planning in advance for all of the different dribs and drabs of data that you're going to get in, making sure that you understand the provenance, which is identifying where it came from and what has happened to it since it became in your control, and also having that solid version control so that you're able to have a strong sense of the warehouse of information that you're accumulating. And so this, in my experience, involved a system of systems. I had some of my staff, and I had dozens of employees that were tasked with different parts of this. Some of them were dealing with the incoming data. Some of them were dealing with the data that we had received and we were in process of. Some of them were dealing with that feedback loop where it didn't validate and we had to go back and deal with the ones that were kind of problem children. And then some of them were ready for analysis. There were other people that worked for me that were doing the analysis, and then post-analysis, sometimes if we didn't need the data for a while, we would put it into inactive storage. And so I'm explaining to you this system because making sure that you are ready in advance for this deluge of information that's going to come your way, the more that you can prepare, the easier it's going to be to keep on top of it as it's growing in volume. Another aspect that I had to deal with was certifying destruction. So sometimes we would get data for a specific project, especially from a homeless management information system. They would say you can use the data for this period of time and then you will certify destruction. So making sure that you understand what's going to happen to your data all the way through what we like to call its life cycle. When it comes to your possession, as you have it in your chain of custody, and then what you're going to do with it at the end. how you're going to archive the data, or in my case, how I sometimes had to certify destruction. So this is what we were doing. And like I said, I had different roles for the different aspects of this. Something that I think is critical to also consider is as you're getting the information in and as you're tagging it or marking it for what type of information that you're getting, making sure that that's going to be compatible the entire time that you guys are going to use the data. So once you are considering what your needs would be, you may also want to talk to people that are data curation experts. And this used to be what we used to call library scientists, but these are people that are working at information schools. This is what they do. And so you may be able to, as I spoke to the two commissioners, a lot of these programs have capstone programs. And if you can get people that would view this as a tremendous opportunity to kind of cut their teeth on a real data problem, that might be a nice matchmaking between the need that you have and their skill sets, their expertise that they would be able to bring to bear. So that's once you're dealing with the problem of getting the data. Now let's say that you have the data, you've gotten it in the door, and you need to analyze the data. When I was doing this, I sometimes had to count how many people are in the SNAP data, how many people are in the WIC data, how many people are getting the earned income tax credit. And I also had to categorize it. I was saying how many are in California, how many are in Nevada, how many are in Alaska, and then grouping it also by, are these taxpayers that are over 65 or under? So I was doing a lot of this data manipulation once I had it in the door. And similar to what I understand your task is, sometimes I was looking within a state across the different counties or different districts that were identified. And sometimes I had to understand where the data came from. Was this something that was filled out online? Was this something that was collected in person? In my role, I often had to figure this out by race and ethnicity. So I was doing a lot of data linkages with that. I was looking over time. So for this census, they've collected data over a long period of time. You commissioners are going to be working over a period of time. So having good timestamps on the data is also critical. Now, when I was at the Census Bureau, we would then take the information and create visualizations or different analyses. We would look at causal analysis to say, did that policy change have any difference in the outcomes of those food stamps recipients? Or looking at correlations to see if participation in one program was correlated with participation in a different program. And it's kind of the same as your task, because you're going to have a lot of data. You're going to have a lot of modes, in person and online and in writing. You could have a lot of formats. You're going to have written data, you're going to have mapped spatial data, and you're going to have information for the entire state. You're also going to have submissions representing lots of voices and data that are going to be submitted in different languages. And this is something that the US Census Bureau had been grappling with. You know, they only printed the forms in a number of languages, but they did try to be accommodating. But I would say that what would be useful to think through is how you can plan ahead to a system that's going to meet your needs. And you want to make sure that you thought in advance of what your retention terms would be in case you need to have archiving of this information into the future. I'm a big proponent, as much as possible, of touching information once. So if you think in advance of, here comes the information, I want to process it, tag it, catalog it, and then put it in our database, I want to try to get as much out of it the first time that either a system or a person is looking at it. And then thinking through what you're, like I said before, the retention terms are really critical there. So when you're using the data, are you going to need to be able to group it, you know, to digitize it and code it as you're getting it in? Are you going to need support for the analysis? Beyond the data curation needs that I was describing, you may also have analytic needs. And there are tons of people that can help you with that. I think that the next set of speakers is really going to be able to shed some light on that. But you're going to want to understand where the data came from, what the submissions are about, and potentially be able to compare districts, and to be able to do that both with any written comment as well as any shapefiles that get submitted. And so I think that my hopeful takeaway for you is to kind of separate what needs done with your data management issue, your opportunity to do good data management here. And right now, I'm serving on the advisory committee on data for evidence building. So it's a federal government advisory committee. And we've just been working on our RFI, where we're going to get public comment for what the United States should do for evidence building. And I was one of those commissioners that was like, I was a committee member, excuse me, not a commissioner. I was a committee member that was kind of annoying whenever we went through what that was going to look like, because I wanted to make sure that we were going to get really useful information. And so I kept saying, no, like, let's make sure that this is in plain language, and let's make sure that we are prepared to get that wealth of perspective that people are going to want to send us. And let's make sure that we're not just hearing from the same people that we always hear from. So I'm a big believer in the public comment process there. And I think it's also going to be important to know what you will reject. If there's anything that you will reject, kind of iron that out in advance. You know, if someone is going to submit a collage, for instance, is that going to be something that you accept or not? How are you going to catalog that? So identifying roles for your data management tasks, documenting your procedures in advance, and trying not to fall behind as the information rolls in. And then just in my last couple of minutes here, I want to circle back to what I'm working on right now at Georgetown. And it does tie into what your eventual task will be whenever the Census Bureau releases this information. I'm working on ways to assess the data quality. And let me tell you a little bit why I'm concerned about data quality. Given my role that I had for 14 years at the Census Bureau, I know what they were planning to do, and then I know what this year has brought us. Okay, so I'm worried about the uneven self-response rate. You've all seen the map for California. You know where it looks good, you know where it doesn't look so good. You also know that the Census Bureau has informed you that they got to 99.9% completion during the non-response follow-up work. This cycle, for the first time, they used administrative data. And speaking to you as the executive that had built and run the administrative data unit there was a lot of great quality information that could be used, but it was not evenly distributed across population groups as well as geography. So I'm curious to see the new methods that they use to handle non-response, what sort of data quality that's going to pop out at the end of that. They were also using this approach to deal with duplicates that has never been done in the past, because they were out in the field for so long. Like, this census period was longer than any census in modern history. And so from what we hear, there are going to be a lot of duplicates that were received for addresses, and the Bureau is trying to resolve them to get these data products out the door. And then finally, they have a different disclosure avoidance practice this cycle as compared to prior censuses. And that is going to involve noise infusion to protect the identities of the individuals that are in the census file. And that could cause squirrely results in small geographies. So those are things that a number of us are going to be looking out for and trying to assess. And so as you're hearing public comment, if there are folks that are concerned about that and you would ever want to be connected with the experts in disclosure avoidance that might be able to shed some more light on this, there are some of us on the outside that we are actively working on this right now in anticipation of data that will be rolled out. One of the projects I'm working on is in collaboration with the Urban Institute. So we're really hoping to work with other organizations to help understand the data quality that will be released during 2021. That's all I have.
Thank you so much, Amy. We really appreciate that overview. if I can ask my fellow commissioners to please hold your questions and keep making notes of them so that we give our other speakers a chance to go through their presentation, and then we can tackle questions all at one time. So next, I will hand the floor over to the U.S. digital response, and I'll hand it over to you, Robin, to introduce yourself and your team.
Terrific. Well, thanks very much. I appreciate the chance to be with you all today. We had a chance to speak with a couple of commissioners, with Trina and Isra, a couple of weeks ago. So appreciate being with the fuller board. I want to introduce myself real quick, and I'll quickly do a brief bio for my colleagues as well. My name is Robin Carnahan. I'm with the team called the U.S. Digital Response. My day job is also at Georgetown University, interestingly, at a place called the Beck Center that does technology for government. I will give a true confession. I don't know how many folks on the phone are like me, as not a technologist. Like, raise your hand if you're not a technologist. Like, you do not identify as a technologist. Okay. Well, I don't identify as a technologist, but I know that you can't do government anymore unless you can make, as I say, the damn websites work, right? You can't deliver government services now if the websites don't work that are the human interface. That's particularly true in the time of COVID and the pandemic. I'm sure in past years, you all in the redistricting commissions would have public meetings and lots of people would come and give their input. And now the challenge is going to be how to have that same kind of interaction with the public in a way that keeps everybody safe. So I guess I first just want to say thank you for your service. I come from a government background. I served as Secretary of State in my home state of Missouri for 8 years, have been in the federal government doing technology work and continue to have that as sort of a passion project. And that's how I got connected with U.S. Digital Response. And but before I go there, I want to talk about my colleagues. Alex is going to speak for a few minutes. He is an all-in technologist, led engineering teams at big companies you would have heard of, like Dropbox and others. And so, like, he's the guy I turn to all the time to say, hey, this is my crazy idea. How could you make that work? Waldo, who's going to speak as well for a few minutes, is in the same camp. He is a technologist who's also worked a bunch in government and has worked on, believe it or not, redistricting tools in his home state in Virginia. So he'll be talking about a little bit of that later. So what is U.S. Digital Response? So it is a group of technologists that all got together right as COVID started happening and everybody was stuck inside and wanted to know what they could do to be of service to their country. And so a few people put out a call and said, hey, who's in to help state and local governments that are going to be responding to the pandemic? And a few hundred people raised their hands. And then before long, it got to be 6,000 people. And so there's now this incredible stable of technology talent that really runs the gamut, from engineering and data scientists to design people, folks who know logistics and supply chain work, and content people. It's really, I will say, the tech team that I wished I had had access to when I was in government for a couple of reasons. One, super smart, completely committed to the mission, fast, free, which never happens in government. And the other thing that never happens in government is to have advice that's non-conflicted, which means not trying to sell you anything to make money. Let's go on, Alex. You're controlling my slides. The work that we've done so far has been really across the country. We've worked on, hundreds of projects with state, local, city, county governments, and some NGOs. You see that this map in the middle is the states that we've worked in, and we have volunteers from all over the country, including, you'll see, more in California than any place else, which is good news for y'all. The responses that the work that we have done, Alex, let's go to the next slide, that we've done so far has really run the gamut. It was originally very focused on the immediate crisis response. Lots of COVID websites, lots of data integration and mapping and setting up testing sites and scheduling for tests, contact tracing, food delivery, moving government services online, all of those things that government had to do really quickly as soon as the pandemic hit. As the months have gone by, the work has changed a little bit. And more we're dealing with secondary impacts of the pandemic. Things like access to public benefits. How do you get UI benefits to the people who need them? Small business assistance and getting that out to the right people. And in recent months, we've done an awful lot around elections and how to optimize and help election officials run good elections to keep people safe in the middle of a pandemic. Alex, can you talk a little bit about how we engage with folks?
Yep, just got to find the unmute button when I'm showing my screen. All right, so I want to give a little bit of just how USDR kind of works with partners. So we have a couple different ways that we can support governments that we're working with. First of all, we have a lot of volunteers. Robin mentioned we've got about 6,000 folks who've raised their hands. These are all really experienced, not all, but a lot of them are really experienced folks. Those are the people we put on projects. So we can just help by bringing in new folks to help with staffing if a team is underwater. The fact that those folks also have a lot of experience means that we're also in a good position to give advice and recommendations. We don't have any agenda other than being here to help. So we're non-conflicted, and we can make recommendations both on the technology side itself, so thinking about trade-offs or options, but also because we have a number of folks who have experience in government, we also can help with things like procurement, which is a really important part of government technology. In terms of the kinds of things we do, we like to help by building platforms that people can in many cases reuse. We're big fans of open source software, so we can either help find good open source software, which is relevant in this context in particular, but also we like to build in the open. So we have our own US Digital Response GitHub with all of the projects that we've worked on that were kind of from scratch software. But the other approach that we take is we know that there's a lot of software out there that is already built. And so rather than trying to reinvent things that are already done, we like to go and find the best tools that are out there and reuse them. So we have a lot of experience working with a number of low code or no code kind of tools that you can get quite far without even needing to write a single line of code in many cases. And so as an organization, we've built up a bunch of this expertise, and we can help recommend the right kinds of tools that might be able to solve a problem with a 10th or even a 100th of the effort if you were to do it from scratch sometimes.
Which, by the way, has all kinds of value in both being lower risk, but also lower cost and quicker to deploy.
And also easier to maintain as well, because you've got a lot of the infrastructure behind the tool supports a lot of the failure modes that you'd otherwise need to think about if you were doing it from scratch, which is great when you don't have your own tech, a rich pool of tech talent to draw from day to day. I want to talk just a little bit about kind of our overall approach as well in terms of how we try to tackle problems with our partners. So, we aim to move quickly. We tend to think of ourselves as, in crisis response, you need to deliver value in days, maybe in weeks, not months or years. So we try to quickly demonstrate what's possible. That's part of the reason for my background here, demos, not memos. We find that helps us move more quickly. We also, despite trying to move quickly in a crisis, we do want to design with the long term in mind. Our goal is never to do work that makes us look good and it solves the problem in the short term, but when we step away, it just falls apart, right? So we always want to design something that's going to be sustainable and in partnership. So if that means using a particular technology or taking a particular approach that maybe from a pure technical perspective, you might not choose it, but when you kind of look at the whole situation, you say, this is actually the right thing because that's what we're best able to do today. We want to look at all of the factors and know what is your team able to kind of keep going. And as part of that, we also want to remember who the end user is, so that we're designing solutions and approaches that really factor in what they need, so that, again, we're building something that when it comes down to actually being applied, will solve the actual problem in a sustainable way. And as part of that, we also look at ourselves as trying to, we're not trying to replace, we're trying to supplement and help tech talent in-house and act as a capacity builder, so that, when we work with folks, we like to treat it as a partnership. And if we know things that our partners don't, we try to educate, so that you all are able to carry it forward on your own, rather than having to rely on us to do that. And of course, as Robin and I had mentioned in the earlier slide, we like to leverage existing tools as much as possible. There's no use reinventing the wheel, especially in tight deadlines, as I know you have here. So a couple of just commitments we have, right? We want to understand where you're at. What is your capacity? What are your requirements? What systems do you have? Those are really important factors in any decision, because they really determine what is or isn't possible or reasonable. We like to treat it as a partnership, right? We're not here to go do the work and then come back and say, yep, we're done. It must be perfect. That's just a recipe for failure. We always think of these things as very iterative and collaborative processes to, again, demos, not memos. Build something, get feedback on it, iterate, refine, and then help set up for long-term sustainability. That said, we do, one of the things we do think we can bring is a modern technology perspective, right? Because a lot of our volunteers have a great deal of experience, and we've done a number of projects across a wide range of technologies. We have a pretty good sense of what's out there that can be the most convenient ways of doing these things. They're often relatively new and recent, but where we have confidence they'll also be sustainable and enduring, rather than the new exciting technology. That we're not excited about exciting technology, actually. Only useful technology. And then ultimately, we want to leave you in a better position than we found you. So we wanted to share a couple of examples of some of the work we've done in specific places, just as illustrations. We're going to talk about 3 different areas. One is kind of in the health space, one is in kind of the election space, and then finally in unemployment insurance. So on public health, we have actually a whole kind of program we've spun up called our Health Data Initiative. Within that, we've worked on a number of projects. 2 exemplars here. One is the city of Seattle. We worked with them a couple months back. They wanted to spin up free testing for all of the residents of Seattle, and they just weren't quite sure how to do it in a way that wouldn't have people in these really long lines getting tested for COVID. You don't really want a long line of people who might be sick, right? But they wanted to be able to schedule folks. So they reached out to us and said, hey, how do we do this? Do we need to build some software? What are the considerations here? What do we even need to think about when we're building this software? We're not quite sure where to start. And we said, okay, give us a few days. We're going to do some research for you. And we talked through the problem with them and got a little bit of the shape of it. And we ultimately decided, we're not going to build anything from scratch. We're going to evaluate different options. And we found some good choices and helped them select an off-the-shelf vendor for basically scheduling that solved 90% of their requirements. It turned out there's nobody that was 100%, so you have to make some trade-offs. But we're able to help them. And actually, from that first call, it took about 3 weeks before they actually had the testing sites around the city. They've done well over 100,000 tests for free for their residents now, which we're really excited about. We've also done a number of data aggregation visualization projects in the public health space. You may recall early in COVID, and I think we're starting to see this again, unfortunately, hospital availability. How many beds are there? How many ventilators are there, and where? And so we worked with the state of Pennsylvania to put together a hospital preparedness map that showed county by county, kind of where the hotspots were, where there was excess capacity, so people would really understand, situationally what's going on. And we also worked with on PPE equipment, another major issue, especially at the beginning of the crisis. New York City was trying to understand, we've got all these places we can get PPE from, we have all these needs. How do we figure out which of these options to choose and which of these places to to send the PPE based on what we have. And so this was a project where we worked with them. They had tons of data coming from a bunch of different sources. It's very messy. So we helped them understand how to get the data into a reasonable format that we could work with. But most importantly, actually, again, demos, not memos, putting together some examples of how we could visualize the data, not just to make it look good, but actually so they could make clear decisions based on it. And so as we worked with them, it became more and more clear, what decisions they needed to make based on this data. And so we were able to optimize the dashboards that we built for them in a way that would allow them to use those dashboards effectively to make choices about how to source their PPE, how to distribute it, and things like that. So that's kind of our public health work. I'm going to hand it back off to Robin, who is our expert on the next two topics.
Sorry about that, unmute. Just touch really quickly on a couple of other areas that we've done a lot of work in. As Alex said, elections. We've done over 60 election-related projects in the past few months that really run the gamut from how people can request vote-by-mail ballots and get those things tracked, how to manage poll workers. That was a big deal for this election because it was different and new people from the past. How to streamline operations. Basically, there were two elections having to go simultaneously, right? One, the traditional in-person election in most states, and then also a vote-by-mail election to give voters options to stay safe. And then doing a lot around making the websites better so that voters could get the information. I always reminded people, no one wakes up in the morning and says, I want to call the government today. Like if there's a way they can get information by not having to call the government, they're going to do that first. And so if you make those websites work well, you can help the public and also help your own staff. So did a lot of that work. Let's go to the next slide. We did an awful lot about unemployment insurance and other public benefits. As you maybe have read in the papers in your state as elsewhere, there has been a lot of trouble, a hassle getting the money that the Congress allocated to go to folks who lost their jobs during the pandemic and getting it to them. And why is that? It's because of these old, inflexible, don't work technology systems. So, we saw they passed a bailout bill of $2 trillion in record time with bipartisan support, but people still didn't get their money. Why? Because the damn websites didn't work, these old computer systems. So we worked a lot to help them. Some states had increases of 5,000% overnight in terms of claims, so their websites crashed. And so we helped them optimize for dealing with this greater volume, as well as help them figure out how to deal with all the fraudulent claims that also hit them. So that kind of digging into both the immediate need of how do you get the websites back online and make sure they're working, to then how do we actually get as many of the humans out of the process as possible? Because what happened in many of these cases was the backlogs were created and caused a human to have to call another human on the phone and walk through a lot of things. And that created just months worth of backlogs and delays in people getting benefits they needed. So that's just a couple of examples of some of the things that we've done. I will say just generally before handing it off to Walda to talk about redistricting specifically, that I know that sometimes in government you feel like you're in this situation of everything is very unique and you're a snowflake and it's not like anything else. It turns out that there are an awful lot of states that are going through the same thing you're going through, whether it's on unemployment insurance or elections or redistricting. We know that every state in the country is going to be going through redistricting this next year. Your situation's obviously going to be somewhat unique to your state, but many of the things are going to be very similar. Other states are going to be trying to figure out how to deal with public comments on maps in the middle of a pandemic and integrating those things. So I would just encourage you to think about this situation as one where California really has an opportunity to lead the country in building some tools that can be reused elsewhere. You've got a ton of tech talent in your state. You've got a lot of smart people on this call and this commission with the mandate from your governor and your legislature to get this done in a way that's very inclusive. And so there's a lot that we could learn around the country from California. So I would encourage you to take on that mantle. And as you think about what you're doing, think about how other states might be able to use it. And also know that you don't have to reinvent the wheel or are in this only on your own. There are lots of folks who are ready to stand up and help and support. And folks like USDR have access to a lot of that talent that's ready to help. So Waldo, you want to talk a little bit about what you know about redistricting?
I'm going to zip real quick the recommendations to help keep you all on time, and because a bunch of this is already written down on slides you can see. So I'm just going to go real quick through number one of just some quick recommendations. The first is like, what you're all doing, like this has been done, was done a decade ago. People have advanced this software and this work since. You really want to start by seeing what other people are doing and not start from scratch. Second, I want you to collaborate with other states. We got 50 states that are all in the same place. They all need the same thing at the same time. Don't do it 50 times over. It'll save everybody a lot of trouble, and it'll make you all look real good. Third, use open source software. This is the idea of software that is made available for free. That's what drives the internet. That's what Linux is. Like, we have a world increasingly based on open source software, including a whole lot of what even powers my iPhone and everything that powers your Android phone. You want to, if you're paying for software to be developed, or if you're going to use software, you really, whenever possible, want to use open source software. Procurement. Don't let your eyes glaze over in the subject of procurement. It's really important that you take an active role in California getting this right. So for software development, I just want you to think in these terms. When you need software for this stuff, you're not buying a thing. You're not buying a product. You're buying a service, the service of a vendor team building software at your direction. And this makes the procurement process extremely simple. You want a small contract paid on a time materials basis. I give you these details, even though none of y'all are the ones awarding the contract, because if you let the state handle contracting in their traditional way, it ain't gonna go well. You want them to work like this. It's documented, works at a federal level. California used it before. Otherwise, your project, your work may fail on the basis of procurement. Second to last, collect the right data in the right way. Really, we just want to say when you are collecting data for this, you want to be real careful at what you're getting and how you're getting it. The prior speaker addressed this. I don't want to go into it any more deeply than necessary. Let me just say that it's something that you have to approach it really cautiously and make sure that you get an expert with experience in how to do this. And then the final thing that I want to hit on here is there's existing open source software specifically that I want to point to in the space of public involvement in redistricting. This is just off the top of my head. 3 projects, you'll find links in the slides to go to each of these. There's surely more, and that's to go back to the first point. It's important to start with a landscape survey to find out what's out there. I want to just wrap up by saying you're welcome to contact any of us or all of us to discuss how we can work with you. U.S. Digital Response, there's no strings attached. There's no catch. We have nothing to sell. We're just here to help. So please let us know if we can be useful in any way. Thanks so much for having us talk with you today.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Amy, Robin, Alex, Waldo. We appreciate the presentation and the time that you've taken with us as commissioners today. And at this point, if you have some more time to spend with us, I'm going to open up the floor to the commissioners just for questions that you may have as a result of the presentations today. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I'm just going to be blunt about this. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So is your service essentially free?
Yep.
Okay. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. So.
No, it is free. It's not essentially.
It is. Okay. I just had to put that caveat in there in case I heard wrong, but okay.
Like no one ever offered me anything free in government. Sometimes it's hard for government to take free. And so we have MOUs that we can sign and all that kind of stuff if it's needed. But yeah, it turns out that there are lots of folks who are patriotic and want to be of service to their community who are technologists, and they just haven't always had a good venue to do that. And we've managed to harness a lot of that. So it's pretty incredible.
Super awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari, and then Lamont.
Yeah, thanks to all of you for this presentation and for your service. I mean, this is just incredible, outstanding. I got a bunch of questions, but I'm gonna throw this one to Amy to start with. But you know, anyone can chime in. You touched on one of the questions that I have, and so I would just ask you. I mean, I imagine Commissioner Ahmad, Commissioner Turner described all the different types of data we're going to be getting in. And you said, you know, assess the data quality. So if you were getting this data, how would you assess the data quality? And then, you know, I believe you also touched on this idea that it would be good to have these conversations up front about what we're going to keep and what we're going to throw out. So then we're in the heat of battle, we're not having that discussion. So if you could touch on that for us, that'd be great.
Sure. In my experience at Census, I think that the public comment period that we got the absolute largest number of responses to was where you would enumerate prisoners. And it was like tens of thousands of responses that came in, and more than 85% of them were identical. Not that there was fraud going on, but they were just a form letter that was blasted out across a community. And those were easy to tag, right? They all looked exactly alike. They came in online, but knowing in advance, whenever, especially with the technology in the state that it's in, if you did have something that it seemed like there was a bot just sending in responses, and this was something that the Census Bureau was worried about for the 2020, for the first time you could do online responses. They were worried that you were going to get these like boatloads of fraudulent bot responses. Know what a complete response looks like. And for what you're looking at, know what validation criteria. Sometimes it could just be, you know, public comment about what you should consider. But if it was actually somebody using the great tools that Waldo was just showing, and they say this is what it looks like, but it has like it's so far off from anything that would be realistic, are you going to tag that as thank you for the public comment, but it's not going to really feed into an in-depth consideration in that district? So I think that looking at what other states are doing and whether it's one thing if you're just enumerating how many responses we got in the door, but then how many of them we need to actually group together and consider. That is something that as you're designing what your comment text is going to look like, making sure that if there's an online form, it aligns with whatever you're going to be coding from handwritten responses or even any telephone banks that you're going to have set up. I'm not sure if you're going to do that, but as an example, the people at Census that are capturing information by phone had the same form in front of them that was online and that was sent out in paper. That way you have this concordance across the different data types that are coming in, and it will hopefully make your job easier as you're doing that capture. I say this again and again, I work across a lot of the human services in the justice space. If you can fix the data when you're capturing it, you solve a lot of headaches further down the pike. So, and there are folks that, as Waldo also pointed out, there are people that do this. I'm most familiar with the survey methodology crowd. There are good organizations like the American Association of Public Opinion Research, that these are people that all they do is design surveys all day long. They design information capture. So using the organizations where they already exist and then tuning them to your problem, I think is great.
Commissioner Fornashari, you said you had a few questions. You want to wait for a next round? Okay. Commissioner Lamont.
First, thank you all for being here. This was a very exciting presentation. Personally, I found it, excuse me, very exciting. I guess I don't have a question as much as I have an invitation. And that I guess we'll have to figure out how we get there. But I think that where we are in our process right now, particularly as it relates to our outreach, I think that it would be important to get some consultation, both from Amy's lens as well as from the other group's lens as well, about how we might structure. I'm particularly impressed with the fact that a lot of your recent responses have been about moving to this COVID environment and helping governments respond in that context, because we've been talking about for several months. I think early on, we weren't really sure where we were going to be. I think we all had hoped that COVID would blow over by the time we really had to hit the ground in early 2021. And that looks less and less like a reality. So I think in terms of a lot of what we know from before was built from a very different world in terms of how it was executed. And while me and my colleagues all have a desire to be innovative, et cetera, I think we do have to walk a very careful line between being so innovative that we're building from the ground up rather than maximizing what's out there. And so I would love also some consultation in that space so that we can combine the goals and efforts of what we've created so far with our outreach mechanisms with what might be the best courses of action from a technology and low-tech point of view to get us to our ultimate goal. So that's what I'm hoping can come post this. I don't expect us to solve that in this conversation, but that's the invitation that I would like to put out there.
We're happy to support you in any way we can. I couldn't agree more with your statement that this isn't about the tech, and I would just really encourage everybody to not sort of fall down that rabbit hole of thinking the technology is going to solve everything. The technology is a tool. It's up to y'all to figure out what's important to get from the public and how to use that information most wisely to get the result that is going to be satisfactory for the public. So tech doesn't do that for you. Understanding what you want to achieve is the first thing. And then there are lots of super smart people that can help you use the technology you need to get there.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Kennedy, Chair Kennedy.
Just, thinking ahead, are there tools out there that would take a stack of 1,000 map submissions in GIS format and give us some sort of report or readout on how those maps differ, where they most coincide, where they most differ, and those sorts of things?
I see you, Walter. You want to answer it. I know you do.
So I can't say, yes, use this tool to do this. I'll just say that what you're describing is really commonplace. It's a straightforward geographic task to complete. There must be literally dozens of programs that can accomplish that. Yes, that is very achievable.
A question that I'd like to follow up with that, and I see you, Commissioner Kutagawa. One of the pieces that we struggled with in all of the interviews that we were having is this notion of having data capture that is pure or structured. And this commission has expressed a desire to take data in various formats. And so even in the response that there's dozens out there, is that the piece that complicates it, the fact that we're wanting structured and non-structured information?
Amy, that's you.
I don't think that that's overly complicated. I do think that if you're willing to say, open the gates, we'll take anything that comes in, you are likely to get a collage like I used in my example. And if that is, like I said, if you're going to be counting, we had N submissions, if that's the sort of metric that matters. But if you really want to figure out, we want to get this information in, we want to code it for what the comment was aiming at, having a sense of what you're going to be asking for is going to be really critical. That said, if you do, I view the 2020 census as having that anything goes, because you didn't have to have your ID in order to submit a census response. So they did have this entire category of non-ID responses that they had to figure out what to do with. Were they legit? Were they illegitimate? It's fine to have structured with unstructured. You just have to have the plan at the beginning for how you're going to triage all of this and handle all of that workload as it's coming in. And especially keep an eye on the unstructured stuff, that if you start getting real weird looking things, know if you can kind of stem that flow or refine what's out there. My experience in government, once you put the announcement out there for what you're going to accept, you kind of have to live with whatever that language was. So.
Commissioner Ahmad and I, in all the conversations, have been, and this is just basically to my commissioners before I move to you, Commissioner Kubigawa, we've felt that we've represented what our desires was, and that it was an open, wide gate as far as to ensure fairness, to ensure equity. We also, and I'm not sure if we mentioned it with all of you on the call, but our intent was also to share the fact that, I think so, that we are cautious in that we only want comments from California. And we've also had conversation that says a lot of the information is voluntary, right? So they can add the information or they don't have to put information, which also presents an issue. So I just wanted to say that with all the commissioners online, since we're now an open forum, so that you all can comment to the degree of difficulty of that. So what we're looking for is structured, unstructured, several formats. Yes, the collage, verbal. We want it secure. We want to allow people to submit. We want to make sure they only come from California, but we're not going to necessarily require that they give us their email, their address. It's all going to be voluntary if they give that information or not. And we want it in several languages.
So I would just, my only comment to that is, like, you want a lot of stuff. And it seems to me, and again, not the technologist, so it's easy for me to say this, is I think you need to optimize for like the biggest chunks, right? And so if you can do something that solves for 80 or 90% of what you're expecting to get, and then you just have the edge cases to deal with, like, that's smarter than trying to anticipate all the edge cases in the very beginning, right?
I just thought of a comment to make on what you might want to say as a validation criteria. When I was at Census, we had an obscenity filter. And so I don't know if your submissions are going to be public facing, but if somebody submits something that was filled with obscenity, like this often happened with first name, last name, and if there was going to be any sort of violent content, if there was something that was going to be public facing, that might be a pretty straightforward criteria to start to set.
A word of caution. Often the people who establish those obscenity filters are only thinking of basically white people of European ancestry in the US, and their concept of words that should never appear in somebody's name routinely appear in people's names from all around the world. So it's, in fact, a difficult challenge. There's millions of people with the last name Butt. I've known several Lipschitz as a last name. Schitt's Creek, a very popular TV series based on an actual last name. You can't go filtering those things out, so be careful. Representation, as y'all clearly know as an organization, is really important here. I also want to mention something that's going to happen is you're going to put out an RFP. We need all these many requirements, many of which will be, I suspect, potentially unique to California, because y'all are particularly interested in representation and all of the technical infrastructure that is necessary for that. And you're going to see vendors say, what a coincidence, our software does exactly that. They're lying. They're lying to you, and they're paid well to lie to you. Be really critical. You want to see functioning software that actually does the thing they say that it does. You want to talk to existing customers who can verify it does that. Just because they'll sign a contract that says it does it, no problem. Because you're not going to cancel the $20 million contract or whatever, because it's too much work to reaward. So just be wicked suspicious whenever you provide requirements, say, around an obscenity filter that is sensitive to names, that in fact, you're getting what you're paying for, because you're probably not.
That's good. Commissioner Kutagawa, thank you for waiting.
Yeah, I guess in some ways my question has been answered to a degree. Perhaps, let me just put it out there anyways. I do appreciate everything that everybody is saying. It's super helpful. I think I'm having a little bit of an anxiety moment right here because I'm also thinking about like, but what about all the other stuff that we haven't thought about that we're not talking about here? Um, and I mean, I'll just give an example. Amy brought up the idea of, just us knowing what data we're going to reject. I really like the idea of like you touch data once, because it just seems really inefficient to keep going back to the same data and just kind of reworking it. And it just means that we didn't design it properly. But at the same time, there's 14 of us, some who may be, who may have this kind of understanding, but all of us also need to have it. And I know that I have a certain slice that I may ask about, but I don't know if we'll be able to ask all the questions. And I think maybe what I'm kind of asking for is maybe like a set of training wheels, maybe, to put it that way, is what kind of, are there other questions like, and maybe this is something that would be done with the subcommittee once they decide what route, they're going to recommend that we all go through. But I'm just kind of thinking about what are these questions that we should be asking and therefore discussing and grappling with, besides some of the obvious ones that we're asking here, so that we can set things up properly at the very beginning, so that as best as we can, we touch the data once.
Commissioner Kutagawa, I would like to just make an attempt to answer that anyway. That it is actually wonderful that you're feeling anxious about this, because you should be. And historically, people in government, I spent years as a Fed and was an employee of the state of Virginia before that, get really comfortable with what should be a terrifying process. And what they're comfortable with is the idea that you define upfront all your requirements. We need a system that does these 500 pages worth of things. You can't. You don't know. You don't have any idea upfront what those things are going to be. And to attempt to do that is folly. So of these big government projects like you're going to be doing here, 13% succeed. Because they do that. They take that approach. What the private sector does, and what a lot of what Robin and I's work has been around for years, is getting government to do the work the way the private sector works. And that's with what's known as agile software development. And that's the idea that upfront, you only know the goals that you want to accomplish, which you can probably describe in a paragraph or so. And you're selecting the vendor who's going to do this work, not because they've already built this software, but because they have experience doing something kind of like this. And you're getting their work, not just to build software, to bring in user researchers, people who will sit down with y'all and the people who you expect to use this system and find out what their needs are. And with this approach to software development, 2 weeks after that contract started, they give you software. It is super crude, but it is documented and it works. And 2 weeks after that, it gets better. And it keeps getting better every 2 weeks based on interviewing users and finding out what their needs are. And so upfront, your requirements are just, well, the agency that's hosting this says it has to be in Microsoft Azure and it needs to be in the C# programming language. Cool, whatever. You have just a few requirements like that, but all the rest of this stuff about obscenity filters or whatever, if you try to put that up front in the RFP, you will lose. You will be outbid, outcompeted every time by vendors who will play you and who will win that. And this approach is the normal approach in government, and it doesn't work. So I'm glad you're feeling anxious about this. You should be, and the solution to this is not pretending that you didn't know everything up front and having an RFP and a contract that is structured around that. I would be happy to volunteer some of my time to help you get that RFP right. It might be pretty alarming to the state contracting officer working on this, who will never have worked probably in this way, but it's the difference between success and failure.
And by the way, we work pretty closely with Mike Wilkening and some of the folks in the Digital Innovation Office in California, and Amy Tong, who's the CIO. And so we're familiar with a lot of the players in California, and they with us.
Andy. Let's see. So we had till 3 o'clock, I think, but we're going to go Commissioner Fernandez.
Actually, Waldo kind of answered my question, and I love your energy, Waldo. Thank you. In terms of reviewing the RFP, and then also like the second step to that, like you said, we don't know what we don't know. And in terms of testing some sort of system or for the functionality, I mean, is that something you would also volunteer to do and to walk that with us? Because again, we're not the technologists.
No, because I shouldn't, because state employees need to do that. The standard approach that happens in contracting is government hires one vendor to build the software, and then they hire another vendor to make sure the software has been built right. But the way that other vendor works, known as independent verification and validation, is no good, and they're not really making sure that it's built right. That ultimately that responsibility has to live within government, because I don't even live in California. What do I care if it's done right? You know, like you need somebody who will have to live with the effects of this. Just like when my wife and I were having this house built, every afternoon after work, we walked through the house and said, whoa, 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 why are you putting a window there? There's not supposed to be a window there. If you're actually going to have to live in the house, if you're going to actually use the software and live with the effects of it, that puts you in a position that you just can't fake otherwise.
Yeah, I told Isra and Trina when we first spoke that I would be advocating for y'all to hire somebody, some technologist on your team who is going to keep all of these vendors on track. Like that, you have in-house tech talent that is going to help you with this.
Commissioner Kennedy and then Commissioner Lamont.
I was just saying the session goes until 3:15, so we're not in danger of cutting anyone off at this point.
I think Robin addressed it with her last comment about recommending that we have someone on our team that has an eye to that. I support that. And I think also, Waldo, we have a little bit of autonomy that's different as the commission than a typical government department. So we don't sit as neatly in the government as it sounds like it might seem. So, I mean, that's in our favor, of course. So this is really, really helpful, I think, all in all, for us.
I'd just like to mention about you not fitting neatly within government as best I can segue there. Alex and I went through and we read some of the past minutes and seen the presentations and handouts that people have submitted, and the schedule that y'all are keeping for this work. Good Lord, what y'all are doing is hard work, and to come in many cases without a background in the necessary government stuff, because whatever, you can learn that. But to be a representative committee, you can't have a bunch of people who've all been in government. Wow. Like, we're just really impressed that all of y'all are doing this and how the state manages this. And I love that you don't fit in neatly in government, because I think that's what makes this so great.
Thank you. This is almost unheard of that I don't have commissioner hands that want to go. Okay, Commissioner Yee.
Thank you to our presenters. This is really fascinating and helpful. I have a question specifically about language access and about language input by users. So of course you can publish a survey, whatever language you want, but online, what languages do you allow people to use? Fonts, Romanized fonts, non-Romanized fonts. What's the state of the art? And how much of this is those edge cases really that we're obsessing because people can't, input in Cyrillic, or something? How much should we worry about that? How much can we worry about that?
Amy, you must have experience here.
Yeah, and I would point to my colleagues that do all of the cognitive testing and then do all of the form and instrument design. I can connect you to some of those folks. We usually just let them test. And then, like you're saying, how much of your energy are you going to spend at the very tip of the tail? You want to be open and fair and making sure that there are multiple modes for people to submit that information. I think that it's going to be, enormously challenging to think through how you're going to have the information capture for areas that are have less online access. So, thinking through how data collection is really going to work, not just across languages, but across modes of submission, is something that there are no shortage of experts and marketing folks that do it. But like I said, I like to deal with the ones that teach it and kind of are at that cutting edge.
I want to add, just in a technical sense, that if you were to be told, oh, our system lets people type in text in Roman typefaces, but not others, they're incompetent and you should run away. Like, realistically, anybody building a system since, I don't know, 2005, maybe 2010 at the latest, should be using what's known as Unicode, which is either you're using Unicode or you're doing it wrong. And Unicode is the way you can encode any character set anywhere in the world on a computer that somebody's taken the time to allow work on a computer somewhere in the world, can accept that. So maybe somebody uses a typeface for a language that nobody anticipated when building the system. That's okay, it should still be stored. And you just need to find somebody who's capable of reading that language. But in a technological sense, anybody who says that their system doesn't support or doesn't allow a particular language is doing something terrifically wrong.
Yeah, and just layering on that, when I had said before, here's the information that came in captured, and it is on the happy path. And then what he just described, if there's something that was completely unanticipated and that nobody knows how to translate, it goes into a separate path, and you have a technologist there that's able to triage. How are we going to get someone to decode that?
Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson? Well, thank you very much for this great presentation. It is wonderful. There's some really good people out there and who are willing to help for free. That's amazing. We have a slightly different, what our sort of plan is. We actually have, our legislature is responsible to help us collect this information, and consequently have and are building a particular tool for us to use. Now it's called the Community of Interest tool is the name of it. So we have not been involved in how it's been made. We've been involved in input. They've actually been asking us specific questions about, what do you want us to ask? Do you want us to ask, how much do you want? So they've been asking us for this specific, these are the questions we need to be addressing, languages, that sort of stuff. We don't quite know enough, since we haven't done it, to make sure we're asking the right questions. And it's easy to sort of categorize stuff, but not if you don't have it in the first place. And so we have a tool that's being created for us to use, but only a small portion of our public outreach will actually use that tool. So then we have another group, and we're coming with. So we're looking for someone to help us bring everything in whatever method, form, etc. Get it all into GIS format, because then we hire essentially a redistricting person, a line drawer, who will take in any kind of GSI, any kind of format, bing, 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 and then help us actually draw the maps. So in terms of our building our own software, we're looking for the connection between those pieces. So if that helps in terms of what now you're realizing kind of a little bit more framework with what we actually are dealing with, what other advice would you give us?
So I don't understand at all what you just said. I don't what is community of interest? Like, I don't know. I Googled.
It's a redistricting term of art.
Yes, yeah. I'm sorry. The criteria in terms of drawing maps and priorities of what your criteria is. Each state has that a little different. Yes. And all states have to consider the Voters' Rights Act.
Right.
And you've heard of the buzzwords compact, different things like that. The one criteria that we have, and it's all at the same level, is there's county lines, there's city lines, and there is what's called communities of interest lines.
Gotcha. Okay.
And what we're trying to collect from all of our public is what are their communities of interest.
Gotcha. Okay. So they're not building, the legislature's not building any tool or technology.
Well, yes, they are.
That's the part I don't understand. Like, who's doing
Is it a submission tool that they're building?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And it's working with a statewide database.
The voter, and who's in charge of that? Is that in the Secretary of State's office?
No, that's the, well, I might be mistaken here. It's in the statewide database, which is
the voter list, or
no, statewide database is based at UC Berkeley. It's existed for quite a few years. They set up and maintain all of the data structure that's needed for redistricting. But I think they even provided the database support when the legislature was responsible for redistricting. And if not, they've at least been around a good while.
Commissioner Anderson, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry. They house all the data. Cities are able to grab the data from there. It's a sort of independent storehouse, essentially, for all the data in California. And so they have all the census data, they have the ACS, all of the different criteria. And so when people are doing dissertations or whatever it is, they tend to go to this source and get their information. So the legislature worked with this group, a few people in that group, to come up with a tool to help us, because by law, the legislature has to assist us in our task.
I've seen cities do this on a precinct level, even pre-internet, where they just have a bunch of people with maps of a city and say, hey, draw your neighborhood. Where do you think the boundaries to your neighborhood are? And it's fascinating, but norms emerge. And Robin, you could imagine, like, you would not include Jefferson City in any district that included St. Louis. Like, you can figure out, well, on a much finer scale than that, what's your community of interest in. But it's a great thing to crowdsource, and you get 50,000 responses, and you get a real good idea of what those communities, you combine that with commuting patterns that you get from census data, and you get some pretty good communities of interest. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that tool that is being designed will receive shape files from that, and we're going to look towards that as some of the structured information that's coming in that we'll need to kind of decide which direction we're going to go in. So we are at the close of our time now. So I just want to tell you how incredibly grateful we are for the conversations that we had prior to today and for your coming on today. Alex and Robin, Waldo, Amy, you all had, I think, and you heard from the commissioners how much they've enjoyed you as well. So I just want to thank you. And I know that you've said that we can reach out to you again. Count on it. We will. We'll continue reaching out. Just thank you again for your time. We appreciate you.
Well, thank you all for
folks.
your service. Really appreciate what you're doing.
Yes. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are on break until 3:31, and then we will have our guest speakers from the Outreach Subcommittee. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for joining us after our afternoon break. After that excellent presentation organized by the Data Management Subcommittee. And I would now like to turn things over to the Outreach Subcommittee for their panel. Commissioner Sinai and where did Commissioner Vasquez go? She's not with us? Okay, Commissioner Sinai.
Hello, thank you so much. Commissioner Kennedy, I just wanted to ask quickly, did we want to ask for public comments from the last session or not? We're just gonna move into this.
No, we'll have public comment before we close this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. So a little background, the Outreach Committee as well as the Access Committee Subcommittee has really gone out and tried to find different hard to reach communities so that we can learn from those communities how to best do outreach and engage them in the work that we're doing or will be doing. And some of the sectors that both Commissioner Vasquez and I have been thinking through that we still want to bring forward, but probably in the new year, because when you look at the calendar, we have this meeting and one other meeting in this year. was the incarcerated population, since that'll be a new population for us to look at in a different way than in the past. Rural outreach keeps coming up. How do we reach those folks in the furthest northern parts of the state, but as well as in the Central Valley and on the eastern part of our state is also rural. So there's a lot of rural areas in our state that we need to understand how to reach. And finally, economic interest, kind of, the labor perspective, business owners perspective, small businesses, and really thinking through how we engage that sector as well. So one of the recommendations given to us a while ago by Commissioner Sadwani was, wouldn't it be great to hear from Sophia at the Lourdes Huerta Foundation, since she's a GIS analyst? And so it was in the back of my mind that I had to call Sophia, and I emailed her and said, can we talk? And I caught her right in time because she was shifting jobs. And so I got her before she left the Lourdes Huerta Foundation. She can tell you what she will be doing now. And as she and I were just catching up, and I was telling her what we were hoping, the information we were hoping to gather, she started sharing with me that they recently have gone through 3 local redistricting efforts in the the Central Valley, the southern part of the Central Valley. And that one of them actually took place pre-COVID and into COVID. So they had to shift their efforts and such. And I said, oh, okay, we need to hear from you sooner rather than later so that we can think through what works, what doesn't work, what type of activities we may want to support with the outreach funds we have. And so with that, we invited Sophia Garcia and Camila Chavez. Camila Chavez is the executive director of the Lourdes Huerta Foundation. Camila and I met, just for full disclosure, Camila and I met 5+ years ago when I was part of the Hispanas Organized for Political Equality leadership program, and we went to the Central Valley. So with that, I will pass it on to who wants to go first, Sophia or Camila?
Yeah, I have the presentation, I can screen share, and we can, I think I have that capacity.
Yeah, and if you can email me the presentation later, I can share it with everyone as well.
Yes. Let me put in presentation mode. Okay. Okay, great. Do you guys all see that in presentation mode? Okay, perfect. Awesome.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're seeing it with your notes right now. But
oh, okay. Oh man, how do I turn that off? Okay. Let me try this again. Okay. Okay. Is that now just presentation mode?
that's the same. Usually, if you go to your screen share, you'll have just the presentation by itself as another screen that you can share. So you might want to end this screen share and then look for just presentation in full screen.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh. Go. Why is that?
Sometimes you have to scroll down. It hides it.
You're working from home, your own tech. So this, I'm sure everyone's having fun with that. Okay, this should work. Nope. Ah, yes. That way. Is that presentation mode now? Okay, I see some head nodding. Okay, perfect.
I think now if you change slides, we'll see you change slides.
Okay. And oh man. Okay, there we go. You saw that change slide. Okay.
No, I'm sorry, we're not getting your slides.
No.
No,
Do
I'm
you
sorry.
see? If I change that, start the slideshow, then go to the section.
Right now we're getting a blank screen.
Oh man. Okay.
If you want to send me your slides, I can share for you.
Yes. Okay. I apologize.
That's okay. You can start speaking and I can set it up.
Okay. Let me send this to you. And oh wow.
Amelia, in the meantime, do you want to tell them about the Dolores Huerta Foundation?
I think that's a great idea. Okay, thanks so much for inviting us. The Dolores Huerta Foundation was established in 2003. I assume that many of you know our president, Dolores Huerta, who co-founded the United Farm Workers Union with Cesar Chavez. The Dolores Huerta Foundation is based in Bakersfield in the Central Valley. Bakersfield is our main office. And we organize using a grassroots organizing model where we strive to develop grassroots leaders who work with their neighbors in identifying what community issues are and what issues, what not only identifying the issues and the problems, but the solutions, and making a commitment to work with their neighbors to make these community improvements. And what we teach in a house meeting model is that it is only the community members that, when they work together and make that commitment, that they will make the change that they, strive to see by working together, making that commitment. So and then it's the job of our organizers to actually coach them. I've been in house meetings before where, at the end of a pitch, someone will say, tengo una pregunta, ¿quién es el presidente de nuestro pueblo? Who's the president of this community, right? There's so many immigrants and folks who just don't know who's in charge, who's responsible. So once community members engage with the DHF and what we call Vecinos Unidos, Neighbors United chapters, they then learn, right? They know exactly, do they live in an unincorporated community? Is it a county supervisor who's responsible for their area, or do they have a city council and who's their mayor, right? So it's about really having them understand and then connect with decision makers to make the changes that they want to see in their own communities. So Dolores Huerta Foundation has 13 Vecinos Unidos chapters. We are based in 4 counties. We are in Fresno, Tulare, Kern, and also in Los Angeles County in the Antelope Valley area. We also have a youth program, and most of our youth advocate, for education equity. We have a strong LGBTQ plus youth program that advocate for, LGBT students. Up until this year, we were hosting annual LGBT conferences here in Bakersfield in collaboration with other organizations, hosting an annual queer prom. And then civic engagement is a big part of the work that we do. So it's we use a model called integrative voter engagement, which means that it's year-round, that DHF is conducting nonpartisan voter outreach and education, where we maintain a relationship with voters. We can bring information to them about what's happening in the Congress, what's happening with, immigration reform, or even the census, right? So we keep voters abreast of the issues that are happening, and not just during, election season. We also teach vecinos and youth to advocate on local, regional, and statewide issues. So very present in Sacramento, lobby days and all of that, where they're really connecting with their representatives. And then, the census was a huge part of our work this year. And we even started that work last year. So just making sure that, we can be there door to door, which was a challenge. And we ended up resuming our door-to-door canvassing efforts. But DHF was able to hire 160 canvassers in all of the areas where we work just to do that door-to-door outreach and education. So that's really, the base of the work that we do. And then also in civic engagement, of course, is the redistricting work that Sophia will present on. So just wanted to give you a general overview of the Dolores Huerta Foundation and the work that we do. And I'll let Sophia begin her presentation.
Can you all see this now? I think so. Okay, I hope that's the case. Okay,
I forgot one thing to add, sorry, on my notes, with COVID relief that, of course, with the pandemic hit, so DHF, was responsive where we were able to host 58 food banks since I think April or May. And then we also raised $250,000 of donations, which we were able in turn be able to provide financial assistance of $500 to $1,000 to hundreds of families in need and impacted by the pandemic.
Wonderful. Okay, apologies for the technical difficulties, but that's great. I'm glad Camila is here and she'll be here to answer any and all questions related to DHF. So we'll dive in. As Commissioner Sinai noted, I am now the GIS and Outreach Director for Redistricting Partners. I was at Dolores Huerta Foundation for 3.5 years and helped start the GIS department there. And I've really been a part of the whole equity and social justice GIS movement for the past 4 years. So I'll touch a little bit about the birth of that movement in 2016. But this is an emerging field. GIS has been around for a long time, but in terms of the conversation around equity and social justice in our field has really been elevated by my work at the Dolores Huerta Foundation. And we just continue to, as GIS professionals, think how we can do our work in a more equitable way. And redistricting is just that perfect example, that perfect mix of community engagement and GIS. And Camila was able to tell you a little bit about herself. So I'll go into, so full disclosure, Redistricting Partners, we are not going after the line drawing bid for the CRC, but just a little bit about our mission is Redistricting Partners is a private firm with a unique background, reputation, and experience. We seek to assist groups in the process of redistricting, Voting Rights Act analysis, and identifying communities of interest, with the goal of increasing their ability to influence the outcome of elections. One of our most impactful projects in 2011 was working with the Commission on developing data and information on the LGBTQ community as a community of interest in the redistricting process. This work extended down to local redistricting, where districts were drawn in several municipalities to increase the voting power of the LGBT community. Redistricting Partners is currently contracted with the City of Long Beach and its inaugural Independent Redistricting Commission. We also have contracts with Berkeley, Burlingame, Carpinteria, and Napa, and we have partnerships with the Foundation of California Community Colleges and other statewide organizations, and expect to be doing a number of important redistricting projects, primarily in California. So again, as Redistricting Partners, we are not going after the contract, but I hope this presentation can assist you guys with who you are thinking about for the line drawing contract, and really how important not only is their GIS capacity, but more also importantly, their ability to do community outreach and work with community organizations across California. So during our conversation with the commissioner, she wanted to give a little bit of backstory about the Central Valley, and this is very brief, but I hope it gives you some context into our redistricting examples that we were a part of in 2018 and 2020. So the origin of the Central Valley is unlike our other cities of like Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, and San Francisco. It really began with the acquisition of California from Mexico, and the Central Valley doesn't really have a Spanish history. And you could see that by the names of our towns. So we have towns called like Buttonwillow, Pixley, Bakersfield, and Taft. And the establishment of the Central Valley, like we said, is very unique. And in the 1850s, prior to that, we were mostly vast deserts and swamps. And we were established by Southerners moving to the Central Valley after the Civil War. And we were mostly established by real estate developers and those folks who took advantage of federal land policies that allowed for the acquisition of large tracts. As most folks know, the Central Valley is a huge agriculture and oil. Those are our main drivers here for our economy. And with that, we also have a large immigrant population. So in the 1880s, that's when it was developed. And then we had the migration of the Okies after the Dust Bowl in the 1930s. In the 50s and 60s, we had folks from the Bracero program, and that was really the introduction of migrant farm workers. The Central Valley is also poor, has a large population of poor and low-income working class populations, mainly from the Bracero program, and we have a growing Latino population. The Central Valley, we also want to note, has an evolving immigrant population, specifically our Sikh population, and it is really exciting because this census will be the first time where we'll actually be able to see numbers. And we're excited because we partner and work with the Jakara movement and are really looking forward to seeing those folks as numbers on our maps. We have growing low-income populations, but we also have a robust social justice movement and communities. So in the Central Valley, we had the birth of social justice icons such as Dolores Huerta, Cesar Chavez, Larry Itlong, and others who struggled for the rights of immigrants, farm workers, and disenfranchised communities of color. With that, we have how it ties into redistricting. So for redistricting in Central Valley, we really have those two competing narratives of oil and ag communities and our communities of color and farm working communities. In 1992, Ray Gonzalez, who was the first Democrat Latino elected to state assembly, began a lawsuit with our current Board of Supervisors, which established the 5th District. Pete Parra was then elected as the first Latino Board of Supervisors. In 2016, the reason why I have this photo here was the moment where Jack Dangerman, who is the founder and CEO of Esri, which is a software company that a lot of our GIS folks are familiar with, and Dolores Huerta, who is a social justice icon, met and really began the task of GIS professionals to begin to think about equity and social justice in our work. In 2016, I was at that meeting, and in 2017, I was hired with the foundation and really took that to task. So in 2018, MALDEF, Dolores Huerta and other community members won a lawsuit against our current Board of Supervisors for violating the Federal Voting Rights Act. They spent close to $8 million of taxpayer money. So I just want to repeat that again. They spent close to $8 million of taxpayer money fighting against the MALDEF, and they lost. So they were in violation of the Federal Voting Rights Act, and that decision by the court directly influenced how the Kern High School District decided to do their redistricting process. And that will be the first example in a little bit that we'll talk about. So after our Board of Supervisors lost in court, our high school district, instead of going through the process in court, decided to go through a public process. And so that was a direct result afterwards. So again, just a little roadmap, and I'll go over portions of this quickly, and then we'll really want to dive deep into the examples. So we gave a brief history of the Central Valley. I'm going to talk more about the role of GIS professionals in the redistricting process because that was my role for 3.5 years and continues to be in a new capacity. A little bit about the equity and social justice framework, particularly for the redistricting process. We'll go through a couple of DHF examples and then talk about next steps for DHF and what the foundation is doing. Some of the themes is that communities are not even aware that this process is occurring, or that maps will affect their community for an entire decade. Educating and empowering the community to use their voice is at the core of DHF's involvement in the redistricting process. For the past 2.5 years that I have been engaged in the redistricting process, most times when we would go to community meetings, folks didn't know that was happening. Earlier this year, when the Kern Community College District was redistricting, I went into college classrooms. I spoke with a number of students. I spoke to over 450 community members. None of those community members knew that this process was happening or knew that the effect that it was having. So that really helps illustrate and uplift the important work that CBOs across California have for just having our folks understand that this is happening. This redistricting is the perfect example of GIS and community engagement. And redistricting at its core is about creating maps that allow for communities to elect someone who represents them. And that's the stance that the Dolores Huerta Foundation has on this process. A little bit, again, on the role of GIS professionals in the redistricting process, again, for you guys all to think about as you're looking for a GIS firm for the commission. It is really, GIS professionals have the privilege and power to be able to use maps and to be able to illustrate data and to be able to present and show data in various ways. All of us know our communities, and GIS professionals, we try to have that stance of understanding that we may be able to create maps, but we need to understand that communities members are the ones that understand their communities the best. And again, like I said, it's a perfect example of the marrying of these two. I'll go over this portion pretty quickly. If there's any questions on this in the questionnaire, I'll be very happy to answer that. But I'll go over the framework for thinking. So the equity and social justice framework that we use, particularly in the redistricting process, begins with the Dolores Huerta Foundation mission. And Camila went over that earlier. And she also talked about the integrated voter engagement model. Critical race spatial analysis is another model that's new to the GIS profession, and it's a wonderful book that I encourage folks to look into. Redistricting best practices, of course. And then ERISA, which is the international GIS professional organization, has a code of ethics. And we also have a anti-racism, pro-equity, social justice statement. So again, ERISA is the international GIS professional organization. And all of us GIS professionals follow those codes. And now we have a statement that helps us continue to do our work in a more equitable way. So again, I'll go over these pretty quickly. But the mission of DHF is to inspire and organize communities to build volunteer organizations empowered to pursue social justice. So that's at the base of all of our redistricting and outreach work. This is a framework that we use in our redistricting work as well. The IVE model, which Camila spoke about, and also the Alliance, which I'm sure a lot of the commissioners are familiar with these organizations and have heard them speak on the call. I'm sure some of them are logged in right now. This is the book that I was telling you all about that, again, helps ground critical race spatial analysis into the GIS work and helps give GIS professionals another way to look at this work, which is impactful. Best practices, which again, I'm sure a lot of folks on this call are familiar with. The code of ethics, which gives the first one as obligation to society. So as GIS folks, we try to follow these codes and make sure that we're doing all of this work in an equitable way. This one, I encourage to folks, and I can send the link to this as well. And the reason why I want to talk about this a little bit is because whoever you hire and whatever other GIS professionals are going to send you all some proposition maps throughout this whole process. Now the leading standing GIS professional organization has made a statement behind being anti-racist, being pro-equity, and having that social justice framework. So this is really a historic letter for our profession, which is a really exciting base that we can stand on. So we'll go, we're gonna skip this and we wanna go straight into some of the examples. So like I said, in 2018, after the Board of Supervisors decided and they went through court, the high school district, and the current high school district is the largest high school district in the state of California. It has over 37,000 students. Over 75% of those students are students of color. And in 2018, they were found to be in violation of the Federal Voting Rights Act as well. They diluted the Latino population, they diluted the Latino vote, and they did not have two effective Latino districts. The map on the left, we see those three yellow triangles. Those are where incumbents live. So again, I want to repeat, the current high school district is the largest high school district in the state of California. It has over 2,400 square miles, and 3 of the incumbents lived within 3 miles of one another. You could run a 5K around their houses. Their kids went to the same high schools, went to the same elementary schools, and they had the majority of the board. So that the high school district was a board of 5, and you have 3 folks who live in the wealthiest part of Bakersfield living and holding the majority of that board. So this is a wonderful example of gerrymandering. It's also a really great example of a wonderful map, because you have the colors that are exciting, and your eye immediately draws to the buffers around those 3 triangles, and it makes you ask some questions. The map on the right shows a proposed map that we submitted as the Dolores Huerta Foundation, and we put those 3 incumbents into one area. We do believe that that community, which is known as Rosedale here in Bakersfield, deserves representation. We believe that. We do not believe that they deserve to hold the majority representation of the largest high school board in the state. So the map on the right, which was the proposed, or the map on the left was actually the map that was admitted and that they voted on. And so they did vote to ultimately have all of those incumbents remain in their own seats. These are some examples of the just like maps that we created for our community meetings. So as the Dolores Huerta Foundation, we went into those communities, as Camila said earlier. We have over 11 chapters in 4 different counties. And so as the GIS person, I may not have gone to every community meeting every month. I may not have interacted with a lot of the vecinos on a weekly or monthly basis, but at a moment's notice, I had the opportunity to go and present to those communities. And so this is how we broke down those communities of interest. So we showed that the current maps that they had in 2018 broke up Rosedale into 3 districts, but then also split and diluted the Latino vote. These maps, I wanted to add these as a contrast to the maps that we presented versus the demographer that was hired at that time in 2018. And this is at no way to say that the GIS firm that was hired in 2018 for the high school district was not competent. This is to show the difference, like we said, in presentation of data. When we showed these maps to our community, everyone was really confused about what they were saying and how the information was being displayed versus the way that we decided to display information. We know that in Kern County, and the communities that we were presenting to were mostly Spanish speaking. A lot of them, English was their second language, or we were dealing with folks with different education levels. And so we wanted to make sure that our points were illustrated very clear and that the community understood what was going on. So these maps here are the proposed maps that we created for DHF. And you can see that we put Rosedale, we kept that community intact. We also kept Oildale, which is the community of mostly low-income white population, intact. And then we also kept our Latino communities intact. And so we were focused on the DHF side to keeping communities intact, not looking at keeping incumbents in their seats. Because again, we believe that redistricting is about allowing for communities to elect someone who represents them. And we believe then, and we believe now, that those proposed maps that we created did that the best way. So we were a part of that process from the very beginning. The picture on the left side, you can see Dolores Huerta and Jesus Garcia outside of the Kern High School District board office. We printed out and put on poster boards and brought an easel outside of the building to just talk to the community about what was going to go on in that meeting. We continued that theme throughout the whole process, and we can see Cecilia Castro, who is still at the Dolores Huerta Foundation, in the parking lot of that same building talking to the community. We also broke down this information in different forms. So we created a fact sheet, we created a flyer, and we also created talking points. So we understood that some community members may not have been able to attend the public meetings or other meetings. And so we wanted to give them information in other forms. We held a press conference that had over 60 different folks. And we also were a part of the media and gave interviews. You can notice that there are different representatives of the Dolores Huerta Foundation who are being interviewed, and that's on purpose. Similar to how we approach propositions or other campaigns, it's really important that everyone at DHF understood what was going on in the redistricting process and could give an interview or talk about it to our community members. In 2018 to 2019, we partnered with the University of California, Santa Cruz, the Everett program, to begin the process of creating a roadmap to redistricting community toolkit. And we are still in that process and will launch our toolkit in January of 2021. So that's very exciting. And it started with them in 2018 and will be published in 2021 because we understood that even though the high school district and the board of supervisors were in violation of the law and a lot of taxpayer money was spent for both instances, it gave us an opportunity to begin this redistricting process in preparation for next year. So earlier this year in 2020, the Kern Community College District, which is one of the largest college districts in the entire country, went through a redistricting process, not because they were in violation of the Federal Voting Rights Act, but because they were in violation of the California Voting Rights Act, because they had a 7-member board, but only a five districts. And so they hired redistricting partners to be their demographer. And we began that process earlier this year in January of 2020. So that district, they had 3 main campuses, but they had over 60 different sites. And so that's a really important piece of information, because when we went out to folks to talk about the college district, not everybody went to community college. We realized that it was a lot easier to get folks to be engaged in the high school redistricting process because almost everybody goes to public high school. Almost everyone we talk to here in Bakersfield has a very close tie to their high school, and there's rivalries even well past your high school. But for college, we found it more difficult for folks to, a lot of folks would ask, why do I care? Why should I be a part of this process? And so we did some digging at the GIS department to try to have a better example of what does the college district do? And in that digging, we found that while they have 3 main campuses, there's over 60 different sites that you can take classes. You can take classes if you're a high school student. You can take classes at the prison in California City. You can take classes at some student centers. And so that really expanded folks' ideas of what this board did. We also found that they had an annual budget of $253 million. And that really helped folks question, like, what could the college district do for us? Could I maybe, if I wanted to take classes as night classes, or maybe I wanted them to have more satellite campuses. And so this was an online map that we created specifically for folks to be engaged. The big point that we focused on, though, for the college district was really honing in a community of interest forums and how we were going to gather those as DHF. So Redistricting Partners, they produced a community of interest forum. And so it was really our task to try to capture those communities of interest. And so the reason I have my dog here and his birthday party is I would use this as an example. So Coda, that's my dog. He's a Labradoodle. We go pre-COVID, we would go to the dog park about 5 times a day. And the dog park we went to didn't have a water fountain. And in Bakersfield during the summer, we have 100-degree plus days for about 4 months of the year. So it gets very hot. And as someone who was in charge of a large black dog, I would have to bring water for him. And all of my other friends would also have to bring water for their dogs. And so we got really upset. We were thinking, if this is a public park, the district should provide a water fountain. And so I use this as an example, saying the college board would have looked at me like I was crazy if I went up to them and said, I have an issue because I would like you to put a water fountain at the dog park. We, as dog park parents, are a community of interest, but we are not a community of interest for the college district. So that helped illustrate that you could have people who would have various different communities, but not all of them would be relevant to a college district. And so I took that example to the community. And so the communities of interest for the college district were, we had themes of nighttime students or students who took satellite classes, but they had to drive an hour away because their satellite didn't have a lot of classes. We had a lot of parents who needed childcare but had a difficult time. We had a lot of commuters. And so those were specific communities of interest that pertain to the college district that we were able to communicate. So we did about 14 community meetings, and then COVID hit. So COVID hit in March, and the college district was still going through the redistricting process, and they were still having community meetings. And so we took to online, like a lot of us are doing now. And we partnered with South Kern Soul, which is a youth-led reporting agency, to do an Instagram live where they asked me questions, and then we produced, again, a fact sheet, and then there was a full article about the entire process. So we really, at the Dolores Huerta Foundation, thought, like, not everybody can attend these public meetings, not everybody can give public comment, but we want to allow for the public to know what's going on, and in different forms. So we had the fact sheet, we had the online videos, we had an article, and then we also produced an article in the DHF newsletter. This was a letter that we sent to the board in January of 2020. And again, I can send you guys all this letter with the board's responses. And this was a letter that myself and Camila wrote, and we were able to get a board responses. One of the biggest issues with the college district redistricting process was they held their meetings at times where community members could not attend. They held their meetings at 8:30 in the morning or at 1 p.m. where our community members could not attend due to work. And so we asked them for various different things that we wanted them to follow. We wanted them to follow the AB 849, which is the Fair Maps Act, to move their meeting times and to also do more for their outreach. So one of the big wins that we were able to get was we asked them to do a redistricting portal on their main page and to have their demographer provide the shape files. And so those were 2 wins that we were able to capture. That community of interest sheet that I was telling you about, we were able to gather over 60 different community of interest sheets in Spanish and in English. And we provided all of those for the board. We scanned them and copied them and sent them to the board. And in total, we attended all of the public meetings in 2020. We submitted a proposed map plan. We did over 14 community meetings. We were a part of and gave announcements at 3 community meetings. We hosted an IG Live interview, fact sheet session, submitted and completed over 60 community of interest sheets, and in total reached over 450 people. So this was a plan that began in December of 2019 and ended in May of 2020. And I'm over with the presentation and open to questions, but I really hope that this presentation helped illustrate how important and vital community-based organizations are for the process, and also just how they can help you as a commission educate and try to get community members out to the meetings that you all will be hosting. So that is our presentation, open for questions, and then our emails are right there. So that's it.
Sophia, can you end the screen share so that you can see all the commissioners, please?
Yes.
Commissioners, any questions? Okay. Commissioner Lamont?
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was very informative. I actually have a few questions, actually. Some of them you might be able to bundle the response. So what I'm curious about is some of the strategies that you have employed to educate communities on redistricting that might be helpful for us to understand. And then how much, excuse me, community input actually went into the sample maps that you showed? And how long did it take to educate, or what was the sort of scope of understanding and education of those community members that participated in the actual maps that you presented? And then what's the contrast between the community's participation in the actual final map versus their participation in the support and advocacy for those maps once they're done? And then the final question would be, if you were going to give us guidance on focus, would you suggest that our focus be more on community-based organizations that have some level of expertise or familiarity with this process versus individual community members like Joe Californian? Yeah, so those are my questions.
Those are fantastic questions. I'll start.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Start just to give a general, and then you can give the more specifics.
Yes.
And I'll just talk about my personal history. That in 2011, this man named Jesus Garcia, Sophia's father, who was a colleague and friend, just insisted on meeting with us, insisted on letting DHF know about this redistricting process and how important it was. And, he would get on our computers and show us all these maps. And honestly, it went over my head. Okay, was very active in the 2010 census. We got accolades for the outreach that we did. But when it came to redistricting, it was just so hard to understand. I'm hoping that, 10 years later, that many more community-based organization leaders, are hip to this. But I'm going to be honest and say in 2011, I didn't get it. And so at that time, Greenlining Institute had a fellowship. We had one of our staff that joined and learned about redistricting and went to the different, forums and hearings and all of that, and represented DHF. But we just were not, kind of bought in to the level we are now. And so I do want to thank, Jesus Garcia for, enlightening us and really, bringing us to the level that we are today. So I would say that, for community outreach, that individuals, sure, but I think that the best bet is to go with organizations that are based in the community and that are trusted messengers. And, and the great thing about now is I believe that these coalitions, and community-based organizations that do understand redistricting, there are more of us now. So I feel that that's going to help, with this, big mission that we all have, right? To, educate community members and then get their input. So I just wanted to share that as a personal story, right? How that, my own evolution, and then that light went off and like, oh, I get it. And that light didn't go off till about 2015 or 16, to be honest. So, so I'll let Sophia answer and get into the details of the outreach and presenting the maps to the community.
Yes, thank you for that. Yeah, and Jesus is obviously a big impact on my life, and so glad that he was able to talk with Camila and Dolores. On the question of CBOs versus like individuals, as Camila said, with CBOs, they're really great for education and outreach. The IVE Redistricting Alliance has the base of trusted messengers, and I know that they have capacity to create and draw lines, and I know that a lot of them have that intention. But I also want to say that a lot of us, even at DHF, we would listen to individuals. And we would listen to all of them. Those 450 people, I would listen to all of them and try to take into account what they were saying. In 2018, to answer your question to Commissioner, the individuals and the United Neighbors from DHF didn't have a lot of input into the map that we proposed because we created the maps first and then talked to the community. We learned from that and pivoted earlier this year in 2020. So we decided to take the opposite approach and to say, okay, this time we're going to focus on that community of interest piece. We're going to focus on trying to understand the community of interest for the college district. And then we're going to apply those COIs to our maps. As a GIS person and as someone who helps create those maps, COIs, as you know, are not the only criteria that you will be looking into. Number one for your demographer will be that equal population and making sure that they're following the Federal Voting Rights Act, California Voting Rights Act, and the Fair Maps Act. So COIs are a critical piece, but in this array of things that you all have to consider. So again, for our approach earlier this year, we tried to use that form and we tried to map out those different COIs. But as you all know, you're going to get thousands of people who are going to give you communities of interest in different forms. And so it really is the challenge of you as commissioners and the line drawer to take in those people who are going to just give you a list or something on a napkin or something on a paper and analyze that, but also know that those hold weight, even against the maps that will be proposed by organizations and communities. So I do want to state that as well as someone who's wrestled with that. And that's why we were so excited that Redistricting Partners created that community of interest forum and that we're able to communicate that. But it has been a bit of a challenge to take what the community is saying, like I said, with that dog park example, like to weed through the dog park examples versus the COIs that actually make sense for you as a district. And that's something that I communicated with Karin through the statewide database. We know that they're creating a community of interest tool for you, which is really exciting. We're excited to see that final result. But we also wanted to sort of think about how can you do the education piece around communities of interest for the 4 different the lines that you are all tasked with creating. So it's not, it's Assembly, State Senate, Congressional, and Board of Equalization, and all of those may have different communities of interest. So that will be an education piece that I'm excited, and I know that DHF will take that on as well, but a community of interest for Congress might not always make sense for a community of interest for State Assembly. So that's another education piece that we're going to be looking into. The scope of understanding of our community members in 2018, a lot of the people we went into, they didn't understand it at all. So we had to start from the basis of how the census relates to redistricting and create that education level. That is why, again, partnering with CBOs is fantastic, because I, as a GIS professional working at DHF, would go to these community meetings on Monday evenings or Tuesday evenings and stay there for an hour and a half, and answer everybody's question and make sure that they had a vital understanding of what was going on. Again, in 2020, we did a little bit of a different approach because we were working with college district students. And so we pivoted the presentation again to just focus on that community of interest piece. But yeah, oftentimes when we would speak to community members, they didn't understand that this process was going on at all. And for all three of those, for the high school district and the college district, the districts didn't do as much outreach to their communities as we would have liked. We asked and wanted to partner with both of those districts, but both of them declined to work with us. The high school district did robocalls and called everyone, the parents, like on a robocall. But the college district didn't do anything like that. They would post specifically at their sites just a paper about this information. But other than that, we were really the ones who were able to go into those communities and talk specifically with people. So for the biggest piece, we were all about outreach. Both of those times, none of our maps that we proposed were adopted. So we didn't win that battle, but we did win the battle about educating and empowering and kind of making the community members a little bit angry about how the process was occurring. Both times the maps were chosen to uplift and keep incumbents in their communities or in their districts, and not necessarily for the interest of the community. So that was something that we were a bit disappointed in. And I've been advocating for more transparency since. So I think I answered everything, but if I didn't, please let me know.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Any other, yes, Commissioner Sadwani?
Thank you. And thank you both for being here today and giving this presentation. This is really helpful and great information. So thank you for all of the great work you've been doing. I apologize because in the middle of your presentation, I ended up having some connectivity issues and had to jump off and get back on. So perhaps I missed some of it, but you've done a lot of work, obviously, in Kern County, and Kern County previously was covered by the Voting Rights Act under Section 5 for preclearance. And I'm wondering, one of the things that we will need to grapple with is to what extent we want as a commission to uphold Section 5 and perhaps start in those covered counties or not, and what the ramifications of doing so or not doing so would be. I'm wondering, less from a legal perspective, but more so from communities on the ground. I mean, the Dolores Huerta Foundation has been there in that area for such a long time. Is this a conversation that you all are having? Do you have thoughts about the implications of Kern County no longer being covered, or what that looks like, or recommendations for the commission in terms of our approach and what compliance might look like in this new post-Shelby era? And obviously, we don't know if any additional legislation would ever be passed, but I'm curious if that is a conversation that's been had locally.
I can take a first stab at that. So in 2018, the lines that were ultimately adopted had one troubling fact for a district that kept two of the farm worker communities. They said that they had to be kept together. And Arvin and Lamont and Wasco and Delano are on opposite ends of the county. And so having and saying that those 4 communities had to be kept together meant that they had to encompass parts of the wealthier part of Kern County that just wasn't the same community of interest as those farm worker communities. And so that was something that when that was adopted in 2018, for those of us who were local and understood those repercussions was a big issue for us. And we think a portion of that was due to the demographer firm was not local and there wasn't as much input on whether the community would back that or whether that would actually be helpful in terms of why the Board of Supervisors was in violation of the Federal Voting Rights Act to begin with. And so I think that is just a perfect example of even though they redrew their lines specifically to create a Latino majority district, the district that ended up being created actually is still difficult for a Latino to be elected in that particular district. So that's a great example of something that we will be dealing with here in Kern for the next
year. Any other questions?
I don't have any questions, but I just had to jump on and say to Sophia and Camila, just thank you for being here. Wonderful presentation. They are amazing partners. And just wanted to say really thank you for the presentation and for bringing clarity to it.
Awesome, thank you.
Commissioner Turner. I had 2 quick questions. Well, the first one was, I really liked what you had to say, Sophia, about you need to think about the 4 different lines you're drawing and the different, what they represent. And I actually thought of it, one of the things we're really struggling with is there's different redistricting efforts taking place at the same time, and including, at the local, like in San Diego, you'll have San Diego County and the city of San Diego, and then the other ones. And so it really does feel like one of our handouts or talking points or fact sheets needs to be kind of on that. But I wanted to see if you had any recommendations, both of you, on how, not only how do we explain the different levels, but also how can we work collaboratively with the local efforts on redistricting. Are there, what thoughts you all have on that? Go ahead, Camila.
Yeah, I'll just chime in that, we did years ago, worked with the county on the general plan, right? And so you had a consultant, fancy consultant from somewhere come in, and they asked DHF, would we partner with them to host, community charrettes? And we said, sure, we'd love to, will your material be translated? Oh, yes. And so unfortunately, we did not have the input on the materials that were developed. And it was such a difficult and cumbersome process that folks didn't know what the heck we were doing. Yes, DHF, sent out the flyers, we made the calls, we got folks there. But as we were explaining it, the language was so above the, what the average layperson can understand, or just, has the knowledge base of. And so I would recommend, just partnering with groups, even in developing the materials, because at that point, I just thought, gosh, what is this saying? Like, I had trouble understanding it, and I'm a college graduate and I speak English perfectly. So I remember at one point I'm facilitating a small group and I'm, writing on the, chart paper. I turn around and boom, 2 of the folks had just split. Like I had my back to them and they just left the room because they're just like, this is a waste of my time, right? So really just making sure, and that's the thing, even with, Sophia, right? With the presentations that she would create, and then we say, and even the flyers and fact sheets, and we'd say, okay, no, we're going to change this language, we're going to simplify it, right? And so that's really, I think, is so important and critical. And then, so we totally want to partner, and I know that I speak for other community-based organizations, that are, civically engaged and want to be a part of this process. But please, if you could include us from the beginning, especially when it comes to developing the materials, to making sure that it resonates, and and so that it is a really meaningful, process that folks really understand what's happening, and I think that it's just a win-win situation all around.
I do want to mention too that redistricting toolkit that I mentioned earlier will be made available in January of 2021. And this is something that we've been talking about and thinking of. When we kind of think of the players in the redistricting process, you have the board or commission, which is all of you. You have your demographer or GIS firm, who also will be presenting materials. You have those community-based organizations that are going to be very active. And then now we can also think of the local jurisdictions who will be doing their own part as well. So it really is a layered approach. And I do want to reiterate and say yes, with a lot of the material I created at DHF. That's exactly, I think, the wonderful reason why we had a JS department at DHF is I had immediate people to give me reaction and feedback. And I think that's what would be really beneficial to the commission. If you have folks like Camila, I know you have a lot of the folks like Alejandra from Advancing Justice. And I'm sure a lot of them are on the call. With that IVE Redistricting Alliance is a wonderful first step to be involved with them. They're folks who are up and down the state who will be able to give you feedback on the nuances of languages or other materials that can be created. And if there's a way, again, to be, have someone who could be there for local jurisdictions as well, or make local jurisdictions information available on your website, I think would be a great step as well. In my role at Redistricting Partners, I'll be doing that community outreach component from the local jurisdiction component. And so we will be creating materials specifically to sort of outline the difference between what's happening at the local level versus what's happening at other levels. And again, I just sort of keep thinking about those communities of interest. They will be vastly different from school districts to city councils versus board of supervisors. So I think really having a huge education piece around specifically communities of interest, not only how you're going to capture them, but how you present that information and how you talk with the community about what sort of communities of interest are important to you all. So what are the dog park examples that you don't want for folks to give to you all versus what are the things that would be really meaningful and helpful for your demographer. So again, we are not going after the contract, but just whoever you're looking at for line drawer, I think just really illustrates the huge portion of community engagement, that the huge task that they will be tasked with doing is trying to take in all of those input and give it to you all, the commissioners, in a way where you can understand and digest what individuals are saying.
Thank you, Sophia. And you answered my next question was on the roadmap. So hopefully when it is developed, someone will make sure that we get a copy so we can share it as well and learn from it. Yes, Commissioner Mons, I saw your hand. And I think after that, we need to, Commissioner Kennedy. Go ahead, Commissioner Mons.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if there's materials that you guys have, so let me put it this way. We haven't developed any yet. And I feel like there are agencies and organizations out there who have already. And I'm kind of piggybacking on something I've shared in previous meetings about the best materials really come from the community anyway. And I think the way we've been framing this up is that we'll go and we'll start a development process, and we'll make sure to involve those that are interested from the community in that process. But we also know that developing materials, as Commissioner Kennedy said earlier, others have said, that is a whole process. And I would like to invite those organizations, including yourself, that already have materials that is pertinent to the work that we're doing, send those in, and we can have our team look at them and begin to get a foundation so that we kind of get a leg up on this situation, as opposed to us coming from whole cloth and then bringing in the community. So I hope I'm not speaking out of turn with my fellow commissioners in that invitation, but I really would encourage you, even if they're in the draft stage, you know, and you want us to sign an NDA or something, but you know, send those forward and to the commission at large or to Director Seha, and we can kind of leverage that work that's been done and then continue accordingly.
Director Seha, do you want to say anything on that? Because I know you've been thinking a little bit about this.
No. Oh.
Your computer might be on mute. Try your computer.
We'll come back to you while you play with it. Commissioner Lawrence, that is a great idea, and I know that Commissioner Seha was thinking through how to do something similar to that. And the public has also made the recommendation of trying to create a committee, kind of, so it's a partnership in developing, you know, the best, bringing together the best minds and efforts. Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, it's really wonderful when my vice chair basically comes up with the same idea at the same time. We're just really on the same wavelength. It's wonderful. I was going to ask if anyone has a complete collection of public outreach materials from the 2010 exercise, whether it's the commission, Director Claypool, I don't know whether you have, or, you know, whether some of the partner groups have, but it would be really useful for us not only to see the materials themselves, but to hear or read feedback about those materials. And in fact, as far as new materials that you already have developed or are developing, you know, I would go a step farther and say, you know, A, feel free to share them, but B, feel free to share any feedback that you've received about them. That's going to be that much more useful than just getting the materials themselves. But I think we're very much on the right track on this, and think that this can be a really useful exercise for us at this point.
Chair Kennedy, I know that we received all of the material from, I believe, MALDEF at 2 meetings ago. And then Common Cause, if you go on their Common Cause California on their website, they have archived their 2010 as well. And I'll make sure to get that to everybody. So that's two that I didn't feel like we have to recreate.
Right.
Camila, Sophia, do you have any closing comments? Because I know we've gone a little bit over. No?
Thank you for inviting.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Camila?
Thank you for inviting us to join you today.
Yeah, thank you for, I know that how busy you both are, and thank you for being able to make this time on a short notice. And thank you for all the great work that you're doing in the community. And please do, you know, as Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Lamons and Commissioner Turner and all the rest of us extend that invitation to just keep the communication going back and forth, because I think we can learn a lot from each other and do really well for the community. Take care.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting us. Great.
Okay. Before we go to public comment for the end of the day, I just want to first of all ask if there are any announcements or items of general interest. I neglected to call for items of general interest this morning, but we can do that now. And otherwise, any points that commissioners want to make before we turn to public comment. Okay, we can have some while we wait for public comment as well. So Katie, would you please read the instructions for public comment?
Yes, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The telephone number is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 927-3806-8918 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to submit their comment. You will also hear an automatic message to press star 9. Please do this to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you and you will hear an automatic message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. These instructions are also located on the website. The Commission is taking their end of the day general public comment at this time. We do have someone in the queue. Oh, I'm sorry, Chair, we do have someone in the queue?
Yes.
Oh, okay. If you'll please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Oh, hi, this is Lori Schellenberger, LORISHELLENBERGER, and I'm the redistricting consultant for Common Cause.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you, commissioners, for a really informative meeting today, and the presentation was great by the Dolores Huerta Foundation. I'm just calling in because the other thing that I believe did not happen this morning, although maybe I missed it, was the chair usually outlines the schedule for the week to the extent you have time certain. And you did share with us that the conversation on the line draw RFP will be tomorrow afternoon, but to the extent you are able to share any other items. And in particular, the outreach subcommittee, I know there are folks interested in that conversation, and it looks like there is another panel that may be happening over the next couple of days. So that was one request. And the second request relates back to a comment I spoke about this morning, the RFP for the line drawer and the boilerplate language. And it was flagged for me that in 2011, there were some amendments to boilerplate language in the line drawer RFP, and Commissioners Sinai and Anderson may have already cross-referenced that, but I just wanted to make sure that they were aware that there were some items where there were changes made to the boilerplate, given the uniqueness of the situation. And so I wanted to flag it and also request that the boilerplate be shared with the public ahead of approval, just so we could take a look at it, if that's possible to do before tomorrow's meeting. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schellenberger. And yes, I do apologize for not reviewing the agenda. I did not put that on my condensed schedule for the week. I usually do an expanded one to read from. So Just to give you and others an idea, tomorrow morning, after public comment, we will have presentation of draft policies from the Admin and Finance Subcommittee. We will have subcommittee reports, and we will review the draft documents that would feed into the RFP. So those are the three main items for tomorrow. On Thursday, the day will begin after public comment with the panel put together by the Global Access Subcommittee. After that, we would have any further discussion on design and content of the website. We may have a brief closed session if there are personnel matters that we need to deal with, after which we would have item 13 on the agenda after lunch, which would be commission dynamics, and then closing the day on Thursday with the discussion of future agenda items.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Commissioner Sadwani.
Sure. I don't, and I would need to talk with Commissioner Anderson about this, but I don't have any problem releasing the full RFP2 language. It is very much in a draft stage. And I think that's what our intention is, to talk about it with the full commission, kind of share an update of where we're at thus far. And of course, glean that feedback, both from our fellow commissioners as well as from the public. I don't know staffing wise if we can get it posted by this evening. I don't have any problem doing that. I don't know if Commissioner Anderson feels differently, but just to respond to to that request.
I might just say no. That the only reason that the whole document isn't there is because there are portions which tie in the scope, then does tie in a little bit later in parts of the standard agreement. The scope has to be repeated, things like that. And we did not necessarily put all those in because the scope is what we're going to be talking about. So the boilerplate part of it, we could certainly share. It's very long, but and again, I don't know if we can staff and we can put it up there. But I have no objection.
Okay, well,
so the full RFP is going to go to the Office of Legal Services for review. It's going to be over there. So it's going to be posted on your website in its entirety for at least 30 days. So that was part of, if you go back and look at those timelines that I showed you, they're going to be taking a look at it. There are possibilities to make amendments to it while it's there, not large amendments. But certainly, if there was some disagreement with boilerplate, they will have that opportunity to see it. So I just wanted to offer that there's going to be plenty of time for people to review it and to see what it is.
okay, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Schellenberger, for your comments.
Chair, this is
Yes.
Katie. I do have someone in the queue. I would ask, if you're in the queue and you would like to share a comment, could you please press *9 to raise your hand? Okay, yes, they would like to make a comment. Can I open it up for them?
Yes, please.
If you'll please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Hi, hello. My name is Jesus Garcia, JESUS GARCIA.
And if you could share your comment.
Yeah, so it's my honor to have been mentioned by Camila Chavez earlier, in this presentation. I have actually two comments. One is that there was a reference to the statewide database and the activities that it will provide. Now, I'm a demographer, statistician, and I've actually was talking to folks at the statewide database right at the beginning, after the 2010 census. And the one thing I know about the statewide database is that it is a tremendous repository of all things census, including obviously the PL 94 data, but as well as the redistricting, the elections results and on and on. I have over the time downloaded and processed all that information. And while it is a great source, it is not easy for people to actually work with. And so that would be the hope that this time coming around, that your demographer or the firm that you will be working with will provide the ability to analyze the wealth of the data. Now, in my consulting business, something that I'm working on, we working with Mello Sarsfield and then Carlos Perez down in LA, we have been going after California Voting Rights Act cases in primarily school districts. And while the demography data, the population data and the CVAP data is important, equally important to make sure that districts can create districts that represent the community is the voter information. And so the statewide database has been a tremendous source of providing voter data that says, hey, once we create these districts now can elect a person of that capacity. So that takes an extra effort, and it's actually took me 4 to 5 years of process to get to that point. And so I recommend that, again, the firm that you hire will be able to do that at obviously a localized community. The other thing that I would like to emphasize is that similar to what Dolores Huerta Foundation has been doing is they take their tasks to the community. And so the community is aware of their needs. And so I think you have to have firms that trust the community. You need to have staff that will acknowledge the community and when they are presenting their case about one particular thing or another. Mentioning, for instance, the struggle that we had with the Kern High School District, it was very interesting to watch the progression of the community involved in that process. At the beginning, I remember going to one of the initial meetings with the Board of Education. The community was hesitant, and they were, they were basically they were hesitant to speak to the powers that be, that being the Board of Education. And in the same token, some of the board members of the Kern High District were very disrespectful to the community because they didn't have the language or that was there. By the end, when the community was talking to the County Committee on School District Organization, they were confident, they were aware, they were demanding change. And I think that's the evolution that you want. We need a way to have the community grow in their voice. And they know their community, but sometimes they are not able to articulate it as well as they could. So we need to have community members. We need the community engagement. And so we need to trust the voices that the community brings, because again, they know where they live and what would be the best representation for them. Those are my 2 comments, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to Camila, and obviously I'm proud of my daughter Sophia for the work that she's doing going forward, and it's going to be a very exciting time, and I look forward to see what comes up both from your commission, but all the way down to the school boards and the county boards and the Parks and Rec boards and the like. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, not only for your comment, but for inspiring your daughter.
It's my pleasure.
Okay, Katie, do we have anyone else?
No, that was it. I think it's a wonderful, wonderful way to end.
Very good. Just by way of general interest, I have shared with the director, and he has asked for it to be shared out, the announcement of a virtual conference next Thursday, the 10th of December. And I had initially not been paying close attention to the announcement when it came into my inbox. But then I was reviewing it more closely today and realized that their keynote panel is entitled Powering Civic Engagement with GIS. So you'll all be getting the announcement of this conference, online conference next week, the Elections Geo Summit conference, and one of the speakers on that keynote panel is with the League of Women Voters of the U.S. One is with the Center for Tech and Civic Life, and one is with Democracy Works. So I think it'll be an excellent opportunity to listen to some experts in the field, and we may get further inspiration from listening to these experts. And with that, at 4:59, unless there is any further question or comment, I will recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you all. Have a nice evening.